Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, everything works fine.
Good. You can hear me clearly?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So we wait a while for a presentation. At the moment, can you mute your microphone, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Teraz Przemku poprosimy Ciebie o prezentację na ekran. Dobrze, tylko to jest PDF, nie? To jest PDF, to nie zmienię. A zrobić full screen mode?
First one is keynote speaker, so I should down.
So I have to speak up. Use this
Or you can.
now. Okay, now the thing is I need to. This is okay, yeah. And to put this on the main screen, they will do there, or they will do. They will do. Okay.
You mean there's the main screen?
Yeah.
I'll link this. All the I think they are all they are.
For the very beginning, when we have the briefing, can we use just down here we have 2 or 3 and the next one.
Okay, you would like to be down.
You want us to be here?
It's not live on the cameras.
Okay, we go on. Yeah, no problem. Then let's maybe make a little bit more space because these the sofas we only use in the afternoon in the only the discussion. So this morning is only presentation. What's on the camera? But when I go and introduce
Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys today?
Very good. Greetings from Sweden. We are celebrating midsummer and it's
Oh.
never been so hot before.
Oh my goodness. Well, greetings from Banff in Alberta in Canada. It's a little cooler. It's only 7 Celsius here at the moment, but it's also 2 a.m.
Right. We are heading towards 30 degrees centigrade. Yeah, we
yes.
haven't had this temperature since the 70s.
Wow, that is very warm.
Yeah.
Got some weather report from Canada, I guess. And I have to thank again the Paderewski Music Association, the city of Bydgoszcz. One of the reasons that we are here to hold the 66th General Assembly of the World Federation of International Music Competition is the 100th anniversary of Paderewski Music Association. And I feel it always a privilege to link our business yearly meeting to such an eminent personality as in this case Paderewski was. We were even surprised to have so many distinguished guests from the city, from the association, to open together with us this assembly. So let's not waste time, and I give the word to Florian, who will introduce our guests to open our meeting. Thank you very much, and I will talk to you a bit later.
Thank you, Peter Paul. We have a number of official greetings and are happy to welcome first Mr. Zbigniew Ostrowski, the Vice Marshal of the Kujawian Pomeranian Voivodeship. For those of you who will join our excursion on Sunday, you will meet the governor, or the marshal, as it's called in Polish, of the Voivodeship or province, and this governor will invite us for lunch in the traditional city of Torun. So please, Mr. Ostrowski.
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Po Państwa pogodnych twarzach wnoszę, że poranek w Bydgoszczy był piękny. Jest piękny.
I'd like to welcome you all kind-heartedly here, and based on your very sunny faces, I can just imagine how beautiful the morning is here in Bydgoszcz.
Bardzo się cieszę, że możemy Was gościć na Kujawach i Pomorzu, regionie, który jest regionem przepełnionym muzyką.
I'm very happy to host you in Kujawia and Pomerania, a region which is a region that lives music.
Odbywa się tutaj co roku wiele bardzo ważnych dla naszego regionu wydarzeń muzycznych o randze międzynarodowej.
The region hosts a number of musical events important for the region, for both the region and internationally.
Nie ukrywam, że konkursy przygotowywane przez Towarzystwo imienia Ignacego Paderewskiego, konkursy fortepianowe są perłą wśród tych wydarzeń.
And I'm not going to hide that the competitions organized by the Paderewski Music Association, the Paderewski International Piano Competitions, are the crown jewels of these competitions.
Dlatego chciałbym serdecznie podziękować Towarzystwu, pani prezes profesor Katarzynie Popowej-Zydroń, za to, że i także bardzo asystującego jej i niezwykle pracowitego Henrykowi Martence chciałbym podziękować za to, że sprowadziliście Państwo dzisiaj do Bydgoszczy tak wiele wybitnych osobistości związanych z ruchem muzycznym.
And therefore I would like to thank the president of the association, Professor Katarzyna Popowa-Zydroń, and Mr. Henryk Martenka, and the association itself for gathering so many outstanding personalities of the musical world here in Bydgoszcz.
Jest to 66. spotkanie Międzynarodowej Federacji Międzynarodowych Festiwali Muzycznych. Pierwsze w Bydgoszczy i to w roku niezwykle ważnym dla Bydgoszczy, mianowicie w roku stulecia działalności Towarzystwa Muzycznego imienia Ignacego Paderewskiego.
So it is the 66th annual meeting of the World Federation of International Music Competitions. The first one in Bydgoszcz, and exceptionally important because taking place on a very important date, on the centenary of the founding of the Music Association here in Bydgoszcz.
Żyjemy w bardzo niespokojnych czasach. Powiedzieć, że muzyka łagodzi obyczaje, było wiele za mało. Muzyka jest potrzebna po to, byśmy zapominali o tym, co na świecie przecież przez chwilę tylko jest naprawdę bardzo trudne i bardzo tragiczne.
These are uneasy times, and to say that music soothes the nerves is an understatement. And to meet here, to listen to music, to treat music as a breakaway from all the evil happening around us is an extremely important thing.
Kiedy pod koniec lat 50. ubiegłego wieku powstawała federacja, to było coś bardzo ważnego. Otóż dla nas Polaków to było swego rodzaju kruszenie żelaznej kurtyny w kulturze.
When in the end of the 1950s, the federation was was beginning to be founded, Poland was also experiencing a change, a crumbling away of the Iron Curtain.
Dlatego bardzo dziękuję, że przyjechaliście dzisiaj do Bydgoszczy, by rozmawiać o ważnych problemach swojego środowiska. Będę miał w tej chwili okazję i wielką przyjemność zaprosić Państwa na wydarzenie muzyczne, które odbędzie się wieczorem. Jest to koncert pod patronatem marszałka województwa kujawsko-pomorskiego, wydany na Waszą cześć w Filharmonii Pomorskiej.
And therefore, I am extremely honored to invite you to the event which is taking place this evening, which is under the patronage of the Marshal or the Governor of the Kuyawian-Pomoranian province, and that is the concert at the Pomeranian Philharmonic taking place tonight.
Mój smutek z tego powodu, że nie będę mógł niestety z powodów obiektywnych wziąć udziału w tym koncercie, w jakiś sposób powiedziałbym łagodzi fakt, że będę mógł się z Wami spotkać w najbliższą niedzielę w Toruniu.
And my sadness at the fact that I cannot participate in this event with you tonight is brightened up a little bit by the fact that I will meet you on Sunday in Toruń at a different occasion.
Szanowna Pani Prezes, chciałem Pani serdecznie podziękować za to wszystko, co robi Pani dla popularyzacji wybitnej muzyki nie tylko w naszym regionie, ale w Polsce i na świecie. Chciałem Pani podziękować za organizację również tego spotkania. Proszę przyjąć ten niewielki bukiecik. Jeszcze chciałbym powiedzieć, że przyznaliśmy Towarzystwu Muzycznemu imienia Ignacego Paderewskiego medal Stulecia Niepodległości. To jest medal, który w limitowanej liczbie został wydany z okazji stulecia odzyskania niepodległości przez Polskę. Niepodległość do Bydgoszczy zawitała trochę później niż na terenie całej Polski. Chciałbym ten okolicznościowy medal wręczyć Pani Prezes.
So it is also at this occasion that I would like to thank you, Madam President, for your work in making Bydgoszcz known throughout the world and for cultivating musical culture here. And this bouquet is an expression of that honor. And I would also like to confer upon the association itself the Centennial Medal for the Centennial Independence Medal, which is a limited edition medal made to celebrate the centennial of Polish independence. And Bydgoszcz has, been one of the latecomers to Polish independence, but here we are. So thank you very much, Madam President.
I mam także stosowny adres do pani prezes od marszałka województwa kujawsko-pomorskiego oraz jakby uzupełnieniem tego medalu jest taki przepiękny album, już nie będę go wyjmował, dotyczący odzyskania przez Polskę niepodległości z górą 100 lat temu. Dziękuję bardzo pani prezes. Natomiast dla pana prezesa Federacji przygotowałem również kilka upominków, które będą mu, mam nadzieję, przypominały gościnną i muzyczną naszą krainę Kujaw i Pomorza.
And for the president of our federation, on the president, I would like to bestow a set of gifts which will hopefully remind him of our
Chciałbym zwrócić panu
beautiful
uwagę,
region.
panie prezesie, na wydawnictwo Ludzie i ich pasje.
And I would like to direct your attention, Mr. President, to the publication People and Their Passions, which you're holding in your hands.
A to dlatego, że bohaterką jednego z rozdziałów tego albumu jest profesor Katarzyna Popowa-Zydroń.
And that is because the
Chyba nie wiedziała nawet.
protagonist of one of the chapters of this publication is Madam President Popowa-Zydroń.
To pokazuje, jak ważną dla nas osobą jest pani profesor, ale i także muzyka, którą tak znakomicie popularyzuje, tworzy. Dziękuję za to raz jeszcze. A panu, panie prezesie, dziękuję za to, że zdecydował się pan przyjechać do Bydgoszczy z całym staffem.
And this just shows how important of a persona Professor Popowa-Zydroń is in both the musical world here and in Bydgoszcz in general. And that's just a compliment to all the honors that she has, that she bestows upon us. And to you, I would like to express my gratitude for organizing this event here in Bydgoszcz and gathering all the fine representatives here in our beautiful city.
I tu jeszcze kilka drobiazgów przypominających nasz region. Dziękuję serdecznie, panie prezesie. Commis voyageur. Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo. Życzę państwu miłego, owocnego pobytu, który, mam nadzieję, będzie w waszych głowach zawsze kojarzył się z pięknem naszego regionu.
So I wish you a pleasant and fruitful stay, which you will always hopefully associate with the beauty of our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Governor. As the city of Bydgoszcz is really greatly supporting this conference, we also have a greeting by Mrs. Joanna Zataj-Ross, the representative of the City Hall for International Affairs. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to Bydgoszcz on behalf of the Mayor of Bydgoszcz, Mr. Rafał Bruschi, who you're going to meet tonight. It's great privilege for the city to host such an important event, such honorable guests. Thank you for coming to our city. But well, I do strongly believe that it's not without reason that this event is happening in Bydgoszcz, since we have perfect music environment in the city. We've got a whole range of culture institutions, music institutions. We have all levels of music schools with the renowned Music Academy. Well, we also have a music district where there is a playground with musical instruments. And well, if you go there, you can hear that children play passionately. The neighbors sometimes complain, but then all musicians have to start somewhere. The music life of our city is being created thanks to passion and great work of people and institutions. Institutions always mean people. With a great role of the Ignacy Jan Paderewski Music Association. I would like to thank you very much for being in Bydgoszcz, for enriching the cultural life of the city. It's the 100th anniversary of the existence of the Association, as you know. Very good reason to have the meeting here in Bydgoszcz. So they dynamically stepping into the second century of their functioning. Thank you. And thank you all of you for in your work for finding gifted musically people, promoting them, getting them on international stages, giving them great opportunity to perform and to make our life so much better. We all benefit from your work as listeners of music, humble admirers of the beauty of music. So thank you very much for that. And let me finish by wishing you a very fruitful meeting, enjoyable meeting, good debates, good talks, good workshops, and enjoy Bydgoszcz, the city we love. You are going to meet the mayor tonight, so I wish you good stay in Bydgoszcz. For all the ones who are not with us, well, you can be envious, I hope. So all the best. Great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one honorary citizen of the city of Bydgoszcz with us today, and I think many of you will know him. He is also an honorary professor at the Chopin University of Music in Warsaw, and he's the artistic director and chairman of the jury of the Paderewski competition. Please welcome with me Mr. Piotr Paleźny.
Hello, I'm very happy to be with you. I've got 2 minutes to say something, so I will be very, very happy to, first of all, to congratulate Music Association Paderewski for its 100 years. It's one of the oldest association in Poland, for sure, but not only in Poland. I am very happy, I am very proud to be very close to this association, being, well, it will be, in November, it will be for the 7th time in 12 editions of the Paderewski competition. I am really happy to be with this competition as a chairman and artistic director. And I hope the level of this competition will grow up all the time. It was, I must, to be honest, it was my dream when I started cooperation with the competition in 2004. It was my dream to be very close to world federations and to be very close to Gustav Alling and Argerich. Yes, and I'm happy that this dream came true, that you are here, very welcome. And I'm really very honored, I'm very proud and very happy that this assemble, 66 assemble of World Federation takes place here in Bydgoszcz. Thank you very much for coming, and I wish you all the best. I think 2 minutes already is over. So thank you very much, and all the best for your conference, and I think the very fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
And now for the most important host of this conference, please let's give a warm welcome to Henryk Martinka, who has planned this conference for a very long time, I think. We're so happy to be here with you.
Dear friends, maybe this is acting. Hello, yeah. Dear friends, 7 years ago, the idea of holding the General Assembly of the Federation in Bydgoszcz first came to my mind. even then I saw our official annual meeting as an excellent complement to the celebration of the centenary of the Musical Association in Bydgoszcz. Today is the day. I would like to cordially welcome you to the city where in 1922 an allied group of men and women decided to found the Musical Association of the Music Lovers. I welcome you, my friends, to a city that for 100 years has been associated with music. Piano music is particular because today Bydgoszcz is the strongest center of piano pedagogy in Poland, and its pianists, champions, set new standards for piano music performances of our times. You do not have to be a music lover to know and recognize the name of Katarzyna Popowa-Zydroń, Piotr Paleczny, Rafał Blechacz, Ewa Pobłocka, names associated with the city that embraces of the International Paderewski Piano Competition as one of its flagship projects. A major figure in Polish history and in the world of piano music, Ignacy Jan Paderewski, is now strongly associated with our city, even if he spent only a brief quarter hour of two passing through here. In 1918, while traveling by train from Gdańsk to Poznań, he spent this time on the platform of the railroad station, waiting for the steam locomotives to be changed, and smoked a cigarette. The local press took note of this fact because Paderewski was already a legend, and on this incident, one of Bydgoszcz's great citizens, Andrzej Szwalbe, successfully built a founding myth adopting Paderewski as a patron for entire post-war culture in Bydgoszcz. The Pomeranian Philharmonic, a piano and vocal competitions, a high school and an academy of music, as well as the airport, were named after Paderewski. Considered by the communist authorities as an undesirable political symbol, Paderewski seemed to have been resurrected in Bydgoszcz of the 1950s. He could be found in public space of all of Poland, but it was in Bydgoszcz where Paderewski became a vehicle for the construction of high culture, including the piano competition created incidentally by the same people who in 1927 brought the Chopin competition to life, like Professor Żurawlew or pianist Paderewski students like Szpinalski or Stompka. It was a fusion of values which today generously bear fruit in a city of almost 400,000 people, the 8th largest urban center in Poland. The first winner of the competition was the talented pianist and even more talented conductor Jerzy Maksymiuk, who not long ago was conferred as honorary doctorate from the Bydgoszcz Music Academy. After 25-year-long hiatus, the competition was reactivated in 1986. More than 10 years later, we were already a member of Alink Argerich Foundation, and the year 2001 was declared the year of Paderewski in Poland by the Polish Parliament on our initiative. Since that year, the competition, for which preselection have been held in 8 centers around the world, from New York and Vienna to Seoul and Tokyo, has set itself new qualitative and organizational directions, applying in 2009 to the Federation in Geneva, where we were accepted a year later. Well, Paderewski, this is why each of our competition is held. In the past several years, we have witnessed some spectacular success at Paderewski competitions when the names of Julianna Avdieva, Nikita Mdojans, Filip Linov shone, or such pianists as Bruce Xiao Li, Liu, winner of the last Chopin competition, revealed their talent to the world. Using new media, we built a several 100,000 strong audience. At a time when the muses are failing silent and the clank of guns is sounding louder, we have a special mission to perform. We are to continue the voice, good and beauty, even if the true or reality puts us to a great test. I wish you, and I wish you, and I wish myself that we succeed. And finally, I wish you again a pleasant stay in Bydgoszcz, Toruń, and Warsaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hendrik. Music and politics has been the subject of many of our discussions during the last month. And so we thought it would be a good beginning for our conference to talk a little bit more about Paderewski, who is maybe the most shining example of a politician who could positively influence and guide politics, world politics, more than 100 years ago. So it's now time for our keynote speech, and I'm very happy to welcome today Mr. Aleksander Laskowski, a music writer, lyricist, broadcaster, and translator who has worked with many competitions in Poland, in Russia. I think many of you know him from the Chopin competition, where he is the press spokesman. And he's really a specialist in Polish composers of the 19th and 20th century, with a special focus on Paderewski, Penderecki, Lutosławski, and also Weinberg. Alek has his own opera show on Polish radio, and he has hosted a monthly show on Polish music on the Russian radio Orpheus. He also serves as the Warsaw correspondent of the British Opera magazine. I think you are originally a saxophone player, but you're also now playing the guitar Manush. Maybe you can tell us more about that, the gypsy guitar, which is quite far, but maybe not so far away from the music of Paderewski. I look forward to get the connection from that.
Thank you very much, Florian. Sorry. I'll use this microphone. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see my presentation? Or should we just... Tak, ale czy ją widać na ekranie tam? Już. Dziękuję. Well, hello and welcome. I feel very humbled by this generous introduction and really very grateful to Henryk Martenka and the Federation for having me for this keynote lecture. Before I begin, I have to make 3 disclaimers. First, I serve as the press officer for the Fryderyk Chopin Institute in Warsaw, but what I will say here is my personal views and opinions. That's the first disclaimer. The second one is, as Florian kindly mentioned, I spent some time in Russia, actually over a decade, working there and building bridges and having a radio show and working for the Tchaikovsky competition. And I have to say I love this country very deeply. And so now seeing what Russia is doing to the world and to herself just makes my heart bleed. And the second disclaimer, please remember when I get to my last slide. And the third disclaimer is, I have about 25 minutes, correct? Well, which means I have to exclude a lot of interesting things about Paderewski, like his travels around the world, where he got as far as the Maori people in New Zealand and took some clothes back with him to his wonderful villa, Rion-Bosson, on Lake Geneva, or his success with women in his intimate life. There is some little known information which I have no time to disclose. And well, last but not least, his music. He was not only a great pianist, one of the greatest in history, but I believe one of the greatest composers of the late Romantic period, perhaps a bit too late with his style for his period. But now in our postmodern world, there is a place for his music, which should be much more appreciated, I think. So these are the 3 disclaimers I would like to make. Let me just take off my watch so that I keep track of time. And now, the title of the keynote speech is A Happy Ménage à Trois, Paderewski, Piano and Politics. Well, most people will say that a perfectly happy ménage à trois is not possible, and it happens to be true also in this case. But I will argue that it was much better than a separation that would not be honest or true. Paderewski was born in 1860 in Kuryłówka, a small manor house, to a landed gentry family, Polish family, in what is and was Ukraine. In 1860, if you look at this map, which is not very clear, but that doesn't count at all, because you will not find Poland. You have to remember that Poland, as an independent, politically independent country, did not exist in the 19th century, having been partitioned by the 3 neighboring countries: Prussia, Austria-Germany, Austria, no, Hungary, Austria actually at the time, and Russia. So Paderewski was in the Russian part, and technically he was a Russian citizen when he was born, which is quite important, because not seeing Poland on the map, you will naturally ask the question, where was Poland at that time? And I would say there was a very clear answer to that in the Polish people, their language and their culture. The Romantic period, with Chopin as the great symbol of Polishness in music, based in Paris, of course, in the second half of his life, and Adam Mickiewicz, the greatest Polish Romantic poet, who also was based in Paris and a professor of Collège de France. So Poland existed through culture, and that is something very important when we go further to Paderewski, because he was a natural heir of this kind of thinking, that music was his Polishness, was his home country, was his identity, and was his power that gave him the strength to go on. And of course, his great love of Chopin and the natural folk traditions, which were so strongly present in his music, you will also find in Paderewski's music. Ignacy Jan Paderewski. Now we'll go into some details of his life and work. Born in Kuryłówka, his mother died when he was an infant, and actually she came from a family. Her father, so Paderewski's grandfather, was friends with Mickiewicz, the poet I have just shown to you. So this is a very closely knit circle of Polish intelligentsia, which comes from the landed gentry, which is very patriotic and which takes care of the country, that exists in culture, but not in politics. You can see the young Paderewski, then you can see the child, the young Paderewski, who comes to Warsaw to study, to work very hard. His family is poor. And he lives with a family of piano builders in Warsaw, the Kerntop family, Polish of German descent. And that's quite a happy coincidence, because he has quite a few good instruments to practice on and to show to the customers who come to the Kerntops to try the instruments. He studies at Warsaw Conservatory, Warsaw Institute of Music at the time, actually. And there is some pressure on him to direct his talent in another direction. He is not immediately recognized as a piano prodigy, although he is very musically gifted. He is very hardworking. He spends up to 12 hours a day practicing. Yet some professors insist that he should take up the trombone. He does, and he's not a successful trombone player. So he decided to stick to the piano, I think luckily for us all. And the other thing we have to say, he has an aura of someone who is extremely talented, a bit like an angel, some women will say, and some men as well. And he's very handsome and knows how to dress very fancily, which is also part of his huge success in later life. I like these 2 pictures very much, because one is this super romantic, cinematic in its quality. So you could say that Paderewski was a movie star avant la lettre. He had that quality of someone who would make movies the main attraction for the whole population around the globe. But you can also see from the pictures, and I have many of them, that he was very aware of the power of the image, the visual images that helped develop his musical career, and he knew he had to look good He had the best tailors to take care of his attire, and he had the perfect manners, all the languages it took to make a career in the houses of the aristocracy around the globe. Well, having studied in Berlin, in Vienna with Leschetizky, he goes to launch his career in Paris, which he does most successfully through some salons and with some stories which I have to exclude, as I mentioned in my third disclaimer. And then he goes on to conquer London. And his agent makes an absolutely fatal mistake because he's advertised around London as the Lion of Paris. Give it to the British press. They loved it. That was the butt of the mockery against Paderewski, and there was a strong local society, group of pianists who were not happy to welcome a newcomer from nowhere who would conquer the salons. So his first London attempt is a failure, but then he comes back with a vengeance and makes many friends, among them the painter Lawrence Alma Tadema and Burne Jones. So he's close to the Pre-Raphaelites who see in him the perfect embodiment of their ideals. If you look at this picture from the Etude magazine, by the way, Paderewski, to the best of my knowledge, was featured 9 times on the cover of this magazine throughout his career. I think the most often shown pianist on the cover of the Etude magazine in the whole history. So in this picture by Burne Jones, you see this angelic quality which they sought in him as a person, in him as a composer, and in his music making. And so he becomes the favorite pianist of the aristocracy, invited to many drawing rooms and even to Queen Victoria to play for her privately 2 times. At the same time, he pursues his compositional career. He writes mostly for the piano, but also has an ambitious plan to write an opera. And if you put that in the context of Polish history of music, that is quite important, because Mickiewicz was pressing Chopin to compose an opera over and over again. Chopin never did it. So Poland was still lacking at Chopin's time a national opera. Of course, we had Moniuszko, our great father of music, but he was not immediately recognized around the world. Actually, we are still working for Moniuszko to be recognized as he should be. But then Paderewski decides to write his own opera, which takes up some time. Now, let us move slightly to the gossip column of the press, because I think that is also quite interesting, because Paderewski, from our point of view, from the world that is so oversaturated with social media, images, and gossip, he was there before the social media were born. He was in all the gossip columns, he was in all the drawings, all the caricatures. He very cleverly used the media to promote his career as a very serious musician, because he never compromised his music making, perhaps sometimes going in the direction of the public taste, popular taste, especially with his famous minuet, which became really an earworm in his time. But still, he was clever at using the media, either in a most elegant way, like you can see on these covers, and he was a huge attraction. He made the magazines sell better, but then also through a connection with Steinway. After his London success, he was offered a very lucrative contract from Steinway and taken to America to play at Carnegie Hall, newly opened. And you will remember that when Carnegie Hall opened in 1891 with Tchaikovsky conducting, it was not sold out. It was not in the middle of New York yet. It was not next to the Central Park. The Central Park was being created at the time. It was out there and nowhere uptown. So it was very hard to sell a fancy big hall that Andrew Carnegie, who had too much money, decided to build. So Paderewski really set a benchmark for every pianist and every performer in the future, selling out Carnegie Hall on 3 consecutive nights. He immediately made millions working with Steinway. And actually, they had a private car for him, taking a coach, train coach, taking him around America with a pianist, with his private cook, his manservant, and of course, a place for Paderewski's wife, who accompanied him on all his travels. And he also was really the brand house name of Steinway, actually among quite a numerous Polish mafia, as some people in New York referred to it when I was doing research on Paderewski. You will see the Dereszke brothers, so the stars of the opera stage, Marcelina Sembrich-Kochańska, also a great Polish singer, and Paderewski. I mentioned his opera Manru, originally written to a libretto in German by a Polish Jewish author who ended very badly, but that is a story for another lecture, and premiered in 1901 in Dresden, then translated into Polish and premiered in Lviv today in Ukraine, and then the only Polish opera to be performed at the Metropolitan in New York in 1902. And what makes it especially interesting is that Paderewski was performing a recital at Carnegie Hall on the very same night that there was a presentation of his Manru to a sold-out Metropolitan Opera. So he was successfully competing with himself because his recital was also sold out, which, you know, can you imagine that today? A composer who sells out Metropolitan Opera and Carnegie Hall on the same evening. He was just in one place. He had a conductor do the opera. He never conducted himself. But actually, his piano concerto premiered at the Musikverein by Leszetycki's wife, was conducted by Hans Richter. So these are quite high musical circles from the very beginning. So he was the man, really. Here you have the original cover of the textbook for Manru, which is a nice story about gypsies who are really outcasts in the society. So it is truly relevant opera today. Then let us move to some caricatures, because Paderewski attracted much media attention, and some of them are really interesting, also from a pianistic point of view, because here you have the famous Paderewski mannerisms. You can see how he bows and how he exits and how he actually works with his piano. Here is another one from a much later period, and this one I like especially because this is Frank de Gioia's impressions on our leading emperors of the keys, the master piano wreckers. So you have the Pachman for Allegro, Paderewski for Fortissimo, and you will remember he sold out the Madison Square Garden. 16,000 people listened to his recital on a specially prepared, without amplification, specially prepared Steinway. Actually, he hurt his hand using these very strong Steinways that had huge volume to be used in such venues without amplifications. Well, you have Rachmaninov here as well, and Hoffman, another Polish pianist. That is the Paderewski Fortissimo. You may have a closer look, please, here. And then, well, he influenced the fashion of his time. So this is his recital in London, where you can see the halo of his hair, as people would call it, but also all the flowers in the hats of the elegant society that came to the concert. You could hardly see the pianist because of the flowers. And actually, the rumor has it that some women were passing out because the fragrances of the flowers in the not very well air-conditioned room were a bit too strong. So, I'm sorry, something went wrong here because we cannot see the picture I wanted to show you. But then his hair became an important part of his popular career, because there were many articles in the press saying that perhaps the music makes your hair grow. And actually, in America, there was also a guy who tried to manufacture and market a Paderewski shampoo. There were Paderewski cigarettes as well, because he was famously a smoker, which actually shortened his life. How popular he was as a popular composer. He was the star of mockery for Tin Pan Alley. I have these two mock songs, I especially like Since Sister Nell heard Paderewski play. That is something many pianists will know from their private lives, because this is the story of a neighbor who's suffering because the neighbors bought a piano, and Sister Nell is tormenting them because she listened to Paderewski on the radio, and they have to move out or destroy the piano. I will not tell you what the end of the song is. I'm planning to have someone record it, and I hope it will go viral then. So this is the happy part of this whole story. Paderewski was extremely popular around the world. He had important friends. He made friends when before World War II with many American millionaires and politicians. So when World War I broke out, he had the means to work for Poland. He made friends with Kühnelhaus, who was the advisor of President Wilson, and actually through that connection made Wilson put Poland as point 13 in his 14 points for peace after World War I. So this is, we believe, a direct connection between music and Poland's independence, because America was the strongest participant of the peace conference, and Wilson's insistence on having a Poland reborn was actually Paderewski's doing. So you have here this whole political story explained very briefly by Le Petit Journal, with Paderewski playing and Paderewski the orator in the European concert. There was also a popular side of his political career. For 20 pfennigs, you could buy a Paderewski sticker and a Wilson sticker to put wherever you wanted. Then when he became prime minister, he was on the postmarks around Poland. So he was truly a popular political figure through politics, but also and mostly through his music making. Something I would like to stress here is the fact that he was always with his wife. Some people said that he was a bit childish and needed to be taken care of, and that is why his wife accompanied him all the time. But I don't think it is true at all. Actually, she went with him to the ceremony of signing the Versailles Treaty. She was always with him, being his closest political ally who helped him actually do what he wanted. And if you remember that, actually Poland, right after regaining independence, gave electoral rights to women. Paderewski's role and his wife's role here is quite important. It was very early, if you compare it to many other European countries, that women could vote in Poland, actually. And, well, Paderewski was seen as someone very rich who brings bags of dollars from America. He could do that. He made millions playing the piano. But actually, when Poland was reborn as a country, many Swiss banks didn't want to give credit to Poland. No trust in a newly born country. Paderewski, yes. So Paderewski had more credit with some banks than the country he was the prime minister of, which is also sensational, I think. I'm sorry, something went wrong with the presentation because we cannot see it all. But what I was meaning to show you is the political power of music represented by these funny drawings here. Especially pay attention to the one with the guns, because that is, I think, a very clear reference to Robert Schumann, who famously said that Chopins Werke sind unter Blumen eingesenkte Kanonen. So these are flowers hidden among guns. That was the political power of music, which Paderewski used very successfully, and that was recognized by the popular press, which I think is quite sensational. I'm so sorry, something is wrong with the presentation, but then Paderewski became the symbol of peace and newly born Europe to many people. Here, a very royal reference to Louis XIV, which you will see on this French publication, biographical publication devoted to Paderewski. He was featured on the Time magazine twice for his contribution to the arts, to the politics, and to the world peace, which is very sensational. For his birthday, he got a telegram with congratulations from Franklin Roosevelt. So he had all these connections all the time, although he was back to music. Music and politics were always very close together. That is an important picture in the context of Bydgoszcz, because this is Paderewski revisiting Poznań, where an insurrection against the Prussians started, which was part of Poland's way to independence. He visited Bydgoszcz during the same trip, so I thought it was important to show it to you. We are in the 1930s. Paderewski is away from Polish politics because, being a sensitive artist, he didn't survive the political struggles within the country. He found retreat in Switzerland, in his villa in Rion-Bosson, but was really doing what he could. And that was noticed by the press. This is 1930s. You know what is happening in Europe, in Germany. So you have this Deutsch-Polnische Harmonie shown in a most sad way. Famously, Paderewski took part in a film, The Moonlight Sonata. The film you can find on YouTube. It's a very bad romantic story. Not an interesting film from a, say, cinematic point of view, but from a musical point of view, it is a sensation because you can see the very elderly Paderewski actually play his music and behave in the way he did. He was out of step with his time already, aging and not understanding completely modernity, but still understanding the medium of film. And I chose this picture because his mission was to bring peace to people and to also take care of the next generation. So a scene in which he invites a small girl on the stage, having played, and she comes up to congratulate him, I think is quite symbolic. And well, we come to the last slide I have of my presentation. You will remember that Poland was reborn in 1918. In 1920, it was attacked by the Soviets. And well, we survived, but that was the miracle in the Vistula, so a big battle that saved Poland, and we believe also saved Europe from Bolshevism. That was noticed by the American press, because if you read carefully what is here, you have Paderewski at the piano, which says Poland, March of Democracy. You have a Bolshevik hiding under the piano, and there is a notice to Bolsheviks saying, don't break up the harmony. Which brings me to my final point, and second disclaimer is that I said a happy ménage à trois, because I believe that you cannot separate music or culture from politics, even if you try and do your best. It is, I think, hypocrisy to believe that it can be completely separated. And actually, I would argue that following Paderewski in a ménage à trois that perhaps is not perfectly happy, but is honest, is a much better way than an hypocritical separation of arts and life. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I feel very humbled because I'm a radio man. I never get feedback normally. But the last thing I wanted to say, thank you for your patience. I wanted to offer as a token of friendship to the Federation the catalog of the Paderewski exhibition, which I had the honor of co-creating. So if I may present it to you. And small promotional detail. Yes, also for the Federation, this is an unofficial publication which I gave to some of you in Barcelona a few years back, but as it concerns the Federation, because it is the father of Ricky Rodzinski, who was your member, this is an unofficial publication. You cannot buy it, you can just get it from me, and it's almost the last copy. These are the letters of young Bernstein to Richard Rodzinski, who actually made Bernstein, which people don't really know. So this is another Polish contribution. Thank you very much, enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much for coming here, and thank you for these wonderful insights in Paderewski. Of course, I would like to invite you also to have a look at the books of Henryk Martenka, who is also a Paderewski specialist and who has also written books about Paderewski. There's lots of things to discover, and it's really fun to read about history and how it is intertwined with this famous musician. Well, it's time for some more, not quite yet, for some more official Federation business, and I would like to invite our president, Peter Paul Keinrad, to the stage for the presidential report.
So, it's not easy now to go to a report after this super inspirational talk. I'm totally enthusiastic. Already coming here to Bydgoszcz, I was reading a bit. We know our Secretary General wrote a beautiful essay also on a newsletter that we got. So it's an extraordinary man, but with Mr. Lakowski's presentation, I am totally deeply impressed. And it's really difficult now to report you about this last year in the Federation. What I can say, I can start from the title from Mr. Laskowski. We have also a ménage, happy ménage à trois, because the presidency of the World Federation is also made out of 3 people. It's not only me, it's Elisabeth Kotzig, and it's Cici Ye. She's present in Guangzhou, following us. And so I decided also to open a short window for our vice presidents during the report. A presidential report foreseen by the protocol of the WFIMC General Assembly may sound a bit pathetic in this very disruptive times. Therefore, I will limit myself to put together some pieces, not only of what happened since our last GA, but also trying to touch some arguments and topics which potentially may become important for our next future in the Federation. Let me start from my own electoral program, if it's allowed. I have sent you last year on occasion of the presidency election, right 1 year ago in Reggio Emilia. I said 2021 will mark the beginning of the post-pandemic times. I was wrong. We still don't know where this pandemic will guide us. Our treasurer, Jacques Marquis, for example, had to cancel his trip to Bydgoszcz because of a COVID infection, and still a lot of concerts are canceled around the globe because of the pandemic. I said that we will develop role models of how to bring stakeholders of international music life closer to the WFIMC. I was wrong again. We were so absorbed by the crisis management due to the ongoing pandemic, and then everything imploded when the so-called Russian Specjalne Militarne Operacje against Ukraine started, which is nothing else than a brutal, aggressive war against a nation and the neighborhood. I said, third one, being a member of WFIMC means sharing same values. This time I was unconsciously right. The discussion and finally the decision we took all together with a massive majority regarding the exclusion of the Tchaikovsky competition was first of all a confirmation that our federation has a very clear mindset regarding their own values. More about this a bit later in my speech. Let me start with the simpler hard facts. It was a pleasure to support as much as possible our brilliant Secretary General Florian Riem on his way to professionalize the communication and the action body of the WFIMC, together with his excellent and as well charming collaborator Sarah Betrice, based in Geneva, and Jin Young Kim, based in Seoul, as well our new intern Hana Saito from Japan. Gives you already an impression how international became our office in Geneva. All of them present here. I'm really thankful to my predecessor, Didier Schnork, to have hired Florian, because this allowed us to consolidate a new model of a full-time Secretary General, which initially wasn't so successful as we were expecting. It was anyway the absolute right decision. Over the last year, I was practically in a weekly exchange with the Secretary General, establishing a hopefully fruitful operative action modus with sometimes, I admit it, controversial discussions, as it is totally normal in any professional environment which is looking for ambitious horizons. But let's see how the Secretary General himself sees this. On the top of this, I have visited the following member competitions: the Toscanini competition in Parma, the UNISA competition in Johannesburg, with a touching meeting with the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, the contemporary piano music competition in Orléans, the Queen Elizabeth competition in Brussels, this time with cello, the Sibelius violin competition in Helsinki, and last week, the Van Cliburn competition in Fort Worth. It was amazing to see how determined our members in different environments were acting and being able to give their best answers to these challenging times. 3 remarks on this. As we all know, the Sibelius violin competition took the decision to exclude 2 Russian finalists from their competition. Personally, and as a president of the WFIMC, I am totally against such a decision. But it was important to be present at the finals, having the opportunity to have a frank discussion with the director Päivi Pusa and the president Lauri Ratia, who then sent us an official letter explaining the reasons. A common border of 1,300 kilometers with the Russian aggressor, and the priority to guarantee to all competitors a safe environment without political instrumentalization. An interesting detail, In the same occasion, I had the opportunity to talk to another member, to the leadership of the Mailun piano competition in Helsinki to be held next October. The Secretary General Terry Lukonen and the President Erkki Liikanen, who guided Finland into the European Union when the Iron Curtain fell down, and who sees now in this deep crisis the next game changer regarding geopolitics. Please note they published their candidates last week and no Russians were excluded for a moment. Let's see how the picture is evolving. The Queen Elizabeth competition in Brussels instead impressed a lot of people how powerful may be the so-called denationalizing approach to how represent the origins of candidates and jury members. Not the nation is anymore the crucial parameter, but the individual biographies based on experiences and different countries and environments. This will be for sure a role model to be discussed in a workshop we have later today under the title Denationalizing the International Music Life. At the opposite of the Sibelius competition, the Van Cliburn competition didn't exclude anybody. Yes, Texas is 14 flight hours far away from the Russian border, but has anyway strong opinion leaders out of the Ukrainian expert community, pushing maybe also eventually for excluding Russian candidates. In the finals, we saw practically a perfect mirror of the actual geopolitical aggressors field, a Russian, a Belarusian, and an Ukrainian. The finals were the most peaceful you can imagine, and the artistically most powerful as well. An 18-year-old South Korean pianist won the gold medal. Beside the competitions, I have visited the AIAM, it's an association in Italy. I would like to mention the dialogue we have started with them, which collects approximately 200 concert promoters in Italy and is interested to become an associate member in a newly designed membership framework, which will be explained more in detail later by our Secretary General. Increasing the network, that's one of the most important missions for a federation like ours. At this point, I would like to give the floor to our two vice presidents, Sisi Ye, following us from Guangzhou, and Elisabeth Kotzig next to me, or here, she's not sitting next to me, she's amongst you, on two very important topics, isolation and exclusion. So what does it mean being a member of an international federation without being able anymore to act on an international level, as it is the case for most of our Chinese members due to the pandemic? Sisi, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Okay, can you hear me? Yes, good. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. I'm Sisi here in Guangzhou, China, where I live, to report to you that the general challenges we have had over the past 3 years in Asia and China. I'm so sorry for not being able to join you due to the incredibly tough travel restrictions of my country. I think the absence of many members outside Europe, including myself, tell everyone that the world is not yet back to normal. We may still have quite a long way to go. The atmosphere and social dynamic about the COVID protection rule here in Central Europe is very different from places in Asia. I think the key is that the different mindset and philosophy of keeping the stability of the society in different cultures. It is very hard for the leaders in Asia to make any decision that may put the elderly in risk, particularly with the society that has huge population of elderly and the influence of a very strong tradition of keeping an integral family. So in China and many places in Asia, the international events has postponed and canceled. The member of our federations, such as Zhuhai Mozart Young Musician Competition, Shanghai Isaac Stern International Violin Competition, run their events completely online, and the Shenzhen International Piano Concerto Competition and my Shanfield International String Competition has postponed since 2020. However, we, the Schonfield competition, try all we can do to protect the candidates we have selected since 2020. We have close communication with over 75 musicians over the past 2.5 years. We insist to not publicly announce the list of candidates so that it will not affect their chances of applying and participating in other top competitions while waiting the updates from us. We promise to refund the application fee to them if they need to withdraw from our competition due to schedule concerns. We also try very best to figure out other possibilities that can help maintaining the exposure of the admitted talents, such as a recent collaboration with Chrysler Violin competition from Vienna. This collaboration aims to establish a cross-continental platform for young talents and to promote the string performing arts over the globe. After the very different time and moments of the past 3 years, our hope is still the same, which is to connect with the leading and excellent colleagues like you whenever we can. Here, on behalf of Schonfield and the members from Asia, I would like to thank all of you and our president, Florian and secretary teams and the board of Federation for their support. Thank you, and I wish we will get more inspiration and get to know each other better after our wonderful time in Bydgoszcz these 2 days. Thank you, Handwerk and the Paderewski team, for all your brilliant works for the Federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CCA from Guangzhou. Now it's the turn of Elisabeth Kotzik. You understood, so in the meanwhile, Elisabeth is coming here to join me on the stage. You understood, Cici also, she was mentioning also this collaboration with the Fritz Kreisler competition in Vienna. So there are projects and there are tools how to remain active and operative on an international level. And if somebody is interested, maybe you should approach really directly Cici or Mr. Ping here, a representative of the Schönfeld string competition. So please, Elisabeth.
Thank you. I'm afraid all have been said, but I wanted to share some few thoughts about a topic which is quite hard and important for all of us. We just heard from Cici, there are still some international music competitions which are practically excluded from the international music life. And we've been living now a time when the topic of exclusion became important, unfortunately, because of our job, the music has to build bridges and include, not to split. But still, we had this year to take the decision about exclusion of international Tchaikovsky competition from the World Federation, which was hard and difficult, but we took this decision almost unanimously. And it was great to see we feel similarly. And now we have to decide. I think every competition had this thought. If we invite to take the competition musicians who have not been vaccinated against COVID-19, we have to decide, do we invite Russian and Belarusian musicians to the international music life, or we exclude them from it, and we exclude them from the international music life. All of those decisions are really, really tough and difficult. And I'm really grateful we have this platform, Federation, we can meet, we can talk, we can exchange our opinions and build our opinions. And I think every competition has right to his own opinions and decisions. The important thing is that we all are aware that our decisions have consequences, and what is the statement behind our decisions. Anyway, I really hope in the next months, if I'm pessimistic, maybe in the next years, we will get back to our life, our business as usual, and we don't have even think about any kind of exclusion. So be optimistic. Thank you.
Elizabeth and also Florian, I think at the beginning we mentioned this, the first ever exclusion of a member in the history of the WFIMC for propagandistic misuse of culture, of music and of talent was a moment of awakening, at least for myself. Let me shortly update you about what followed the decision of the exclusion. Right after the decision went public, the executive director of the Tchaikovsky competition that we all met in the Extraordinary General Assembly online, Mr. Malishev, made the following declaration. However, Russian cultural institutions and musicians are required to publicly renounce Russia, and international competitions which are members of the Federation exclude Russian musicians from the lists of participants on ethnic grounds. This went public on their homepage, and he was talking about this a lot in Russian television. As we know, this is totally not true. We, as the WFIMC, are and were asking right the opposite, condemning any institution which misuses culture for propaganda purposes, and, very important, protecting all talents and gifted artists of any citizenship. Mr. Malishev wasn't limiting himself only to this statement. He also attacked on a very much seen Russian television program our member, the Tbilisi piano competition, to be the initiator of their exclusion. Again, totally not true. Our friends at the Tbilisi piano competition weren't involved on our several board discussions and are still welcoming Russian candidates to their competition next October, even though the Georgian territory is occupied by 20% by Russian military. It's a not easy decision, and as I mentioned before, linked to the Sibelius violin competition, it's also about safety of the candidates, because they already had a case in 2018 where people from the audience were burning a Russian flag present there because they were Russian candidates. But Manana, our friend, is very determined, even though she knows how difficult is it. The exposure we had on the international medias were important, and first of all, Asian media showed to be very interested to get a deeper understanding of the reasons to that decision. To complete these notes about exclusion, a short anecdote. The office in Geneva has been approached by the Ukrainian cultural minister asking for a meeting with Florian and myself. Once agreed to this, we saw each other involved in a total fake talk. The real minister, recorded 3 weeks before, has been processed by a very sophisticated software to an avatar, talking to us and trying desperately to let us say some compromising statements. The avatar wasn't successful. We then stopped the talk and informed our member in Kiev, the Horowitz competition, who then informed Ukrainian secret services about this, and it seems that it happened 2 times more afterwards. And the real minister himself, a reasonable and well-prepared man, met us finally over Zoom, giving a description from the ground what is happening actually to the cultural life in Ukraine. It's very much too early to come to some conclusions, but some questions are already behind the corner. The picture will certainly become more complex when artists and candidates from our own hemisphere will participate anyway at the next Tchaikovsky competition in 2023. The questions that I have: do we invite the gold medal winner to our concert series? Do we would like to collaborate with jury members who are openly supporting the political position of the Tchaikovsky competition? And further, how can we guarantee that still young Russian musicians have an opportunity to participate at our competitions? I don't have any answers to those questions, but I'm totally aware that we need to have some very soon. The third workshop, because I was already mentioning the two that before in my speech, planned for this afternoon with the title Help Ukraine, will directly or indirectly touch some of these topics. But even more concretely, we are considering helping our member, the Horowitz competition, to hold their competition in a neutral environment. For example, in Geneva next year. For the moment, this is only a hypothetical option. But it's important to be ready at the right moment, because this war shouldn't stop and hinder our own commitment to give a perspective, a future to the young talents interested in Horowitz. Said this, I will leave behind for a moment all these dark matters, and as closing words of this report, giving you an idea what I, together with the board, would like, and together with the Secretariat, to achieve in the next year to come. Monitoring from close the impact of geopolitical disruption on the international music scene, and eventually elaborating some tools how to deal with it. Looking beyond the competition world and contributing to the relevance of classical music in general of a global reach. All of us are facing problems of bringing back audience. Building up a global press office, this is an idea that we still have to build some enthusiasm around, but I'm working on this and I'm not giving up. A global press office of the WFIMC, connecting some of the best press officers already present in our own competitions. This not to serve individual interests of competitions, but to speak out loudly values and objectives of the Federation as a collective body. Re-establishing the regional meetings with topic-related workshops, as for example proposed by our board member Rob Hilbering about marketing strategies in different cultural environments. Analyzing the potential of the WFIMC to become an incubator of new competitions we still are missing in some parts of the world. This is an idea still totally to be developed, but I see personally a huge potential in it. So despite all dark realism we have to face nowadays, I'm 100% sure that this is also a very important chapter for us as members and as a federation. The potential to gain a new relevance of the values we are standing for is huge. I will give my best, together with the board and the Secretariat in Geneva, to play my role properly and to be your servant. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter Paul. We are already running late, and as this is a hybrid conference, I would like to try and stay on time as much as possible so our online viewers don't have to wait longer or stay longer and won't know when we finish, when we begin. So let's have a coffee break now for 30 minutes. Just 2 points of housekeeping. The coffee will await you behind the stage, just if you go through this door in the back. If you look for the washrooms, we do have our own private washrooms. If you go through the hall, through these 2 doors to the very far back, there is washrooms for the conference. Thank you very much, and we will start again in 30 minutes. I will try to cut my Secretary General's report a little bit to catch up with the time. Thank you. Could you take your seats, please, so we can start? Does it? Yeah. It's now time for the second part of our first plenary session. And we have many things to go through, so I will try and shorten also the Secretary General's report a little bit. Peter Paul already mentioned to you his view of the past year as the new presidency, new secretariat. And I want to say that also from our side, it has been really a great change in the Federation. It has really been a change for everyone. The world has changed a lot. And the old Federation, with the in-person meetings, with letters, with faxes, with votes by proxy and all that, is already a thing of the past. And I'm really happy that together with all of you, we were able to adapt so quickly to these new ways, and that we were able to find different ways of communication, because in this pandemic, communication was really key to keep the Federation alive, to keep these connections, to keep these discussions going was really essential. And so in my report, I would just like to briefly go through with you, go through the measures of communication, the publications, and the meetings that we had through this time. I have to say one more thing about the change of presidency, and that also is kind of symbolic for this change. As you know, Didier was the former president. He lived in Geneva. It was very comfortable for me to call him up, have a lunch meeting, and talk about some recent issues. That also is not possible anymore. Peter Paul lives in Italy, in Austria, and is constantly traveling throughout the world, and so am I. So we need to communicate differently. Our secretariat is also, as you heard, located in Japan, in Korea, and elsewhere. And electronic communications are just the only way to keep things going, to keep things alive. And I have to say that in this way, with this president, it has been amazing, because you can contact him at any time of the day or night, and you will receive an answer within a couple of minutes. So that is really an amazing thing. So thank you, Peter Paul, for being such a great president and boss, and guiding me through these times, because it's very important to have immediate feedback if you want to act quickly. And that has been working really, really well. Thank you. So our communications, one of the things that you remember maybe are our lounges. We are planning new ones in this year. We had quite a lot during the past year, including one in Japanese. We're planning more lounges in different languages and trying to focus on local, on specific countries and areas in the world to really get the members involved, especially in faraway places and shut off places like in Asia. The board has been a very supportive board, I have to say, and we also had to really rely on online media all the time. Most of our meetings were online, and our first attempt to hold a live meeting in January this year in Warsaw was a great plan, and everybody loved the idea of going to Warsaw, visit the Chopin Institute. In the end, it was 2 board members and the secretariat being there live, and the rest was online due to all kinds of travel restrictions, COVID cases, and so forth. So here you can see the live picture with Arthur Sklenar, who will join us this afternoon at the West Eastern Divan session. We then had, you also heard about this before, another live meeting in Pretoria, South Africa in February, which was a really exciting enterprise, so to speak. South Africa is one of the countries that is most advanced in terms of COVID. And while many people were really concerned about going to South Africa, it actually turned out to be much more safe than anywhere else. And we had a great time in South Africa. We met the former President Mbeki and had some really inspiring conversations with this South African member. And I feel that we really made a difference by actually going there and supporting them in their struggles with the local circumstances and the problems they're currently facing. As you all know, we then had our extraordinary General Assembly, which also a little bit interfered with the plans for this General Assembly, because within 2 months' time to have 2 General Assemblies requires quite a lot of administration. It requires a lot of efforts from you. And I'm really, really grateful and happy for all of you taking part in this. It was the first ever General Assembly, and we had really amazing numbers of participation. So I think that alone was really worth doing this, to see how we can stand together in such a difficult situation. The Assembly showed one other thing that we did not expect, and it made clear that when our founders created the WFIMC statutes back in 1957, they did not really imagine to have to expel a member because of a war. So there are many paragraphs in our statutes and regulations that really need to be looked at, because they make this kind of thing really, really difficult to these procedures really, really difficult legally, because of the really, really high numbers that are required in order to advance such a decision. Another part of our communication has been our monthly newsletter. And in this newsletter, that I hope most of you or all of you know, we present background articles to upcoming competitions, current topics, up-to-date competition schedules, and we really are well on the way of this project becoming a separate news platform. I mean, we're nowhere near the violin channel, but in a way, this is the way we want to go. We want to have our own news platform where we spread the news about competitions. And I would like to really encourage you to use this and let us know whenever there are new dates, personal changes, deadlines, new winners, anything that you believe is interesting for the membership, please let us know and we'd be happy to publish it. We do have 850 subscribers now, and the rates are going up. We're going to do a membership campaign very soon, and so it will grow in the coming month as well. Our social media have been developing very well as well. On Facebook, we have close to 12,000 followers, but these were accumulated over many, many years. On the other hand, I'm really happy to see that our Instagram, which was at 300 followers, and is much harder to get because people actually have to really follow you in order to stay with the communication. It has gone up from 300 to now 1,100 almost. A few months ago, we started a new project with Idagio. Idagio is a little bit a controversial subject. I know some of you don't really want to touch on it. We wanted to do this because it enabled us to enlarge our own platform, our own website, and we just offered to you, to upcoming competitions, to stream your finals, not the entire competition, but stream some main round or some final round, not only over YouTube, but also on our own website and on Idagio. The advantage is, one, that you can get all the email addresses, you know which people actually registered, who was interested in your finals, you can see who watched it, and also the advantage is for us to have your competition final on our archive, so that when in 20 years somebody would like to look up a certain competition, a certain winner, they can find this video then still on our website. These live streaming videos, this will be further organized in the video section on the website. This is then interlinked with the artist pages on the website. We're very happy to say that laureates of all our members from the beginning of 2020 until almost today, I think the most recent competition is the Sendai violin competition. All the laureates from then on have now their own artist pages. You can see this here on the screen. Every artist has a bio, a photo, Then there's a list of the prizes won and a video of the artist. And these pages are, of course, then interlinked with the competition pages. Looking at the numbers, we had in 2021, 53 competitions, and we have 163 artists, laureates so far. In 2022, we have created for 70 artists from 22 competitions. And I would like to say a special thank you to our intern, Hannah Saito, who has been especially active in this. She has been preparing many of these internet sites. Our publicity is then further enhanced by the monthly podcasts, Keys to Success. This is another project together with Idagio, which is broadcast on YouTube, on Idagio, and on our own site. In these 4 first sessions, we featured the pianist Alexander Gadziev, Bruce Liu, the violinist Bomsori Kim, and the cellist Jean-Guichen Keras. We will start the second part of this series in September, and we'll try to feature a greater variety also of different disciplines, include more younger artists, more recent winners, as well as seasoned world-class soloists. One last point, this year we were very happy to have published our WFIMC yearbook in an enhanced format, and it was actually ready earlier than it has ever been. It was published during the last days of the previous year in December 29, 2021. On that day, it was online and really visible for everyone. We then had it printed in South Korea in order to save costs. And like last year, unfortunately, we ran into problems with the delivery. So some of you received their yearbooks much later. We apologize for that, but this is due to all kinds of problems, due to pandemic, due to the war in Ukraine, due to reduced possibilities for the postal service. If you need more, if you require more, please talk to us. We do have quite a number of yearbooks here now, and we can also send you more if you need them. Yes, both Peter Paul and I have traveled quite a bit this year, trying to visit many member competitions near and far. And it is our aim to do so in the future as well, as we want to get to know you better and really bring the federation together also from our side. When we cannot always have live meetings, at least we can travel and we can learn more about your competitions. We can enter into some exchanges and bring you the news from the federation. So I would like to thank you for the trust you put into myself, into our president and our secretariat, and I look forward to a great time together with you during this General Assembly. Thank you. At this point, we would like to get back to the news about the 23 General Assembly. We had a very intensive discussion yesterday in the board meeting, and as you may have heard by now, unfortunately, it will not be possible to travel to China in the next year, or the situation is too uncertain. So we have decided to postpone this General Assembly in Harbin to a later date. And we have discussed the options last year. We have discussed the options yesterday about possible locations for the General Assembly. You all know that 2 years ago, the General Assembly in Japan, in Hamamatsu, had to be canceled. We tried to postpone it. We tried to hold it to a different date. It didn't work, but all the preparations were done. Everyone was looking forward to go to Japan. Some people already bought tickets. And so we are really happy that this new opportunity has now come up to hold this canceled meeting after all. Since the Hamamatsu chair Noriko Ogawa will not be there tomorrow, I would like to have you come up here and maybe say a few words about this opportunity for Hamamatsu and what it means for the Federation.
Thank you. Well, 7 years ago, I remember the moment Henrik rose and then spoke about the interest and enthusiasm to hold the General Assembly here in Bydgoszcz. And then it is really very, very moving for me. It's a moving moment for me to be here because I have seen from the beginning and now I have seen it really happen. It was very sad for us that having to cancel the Hamamatsu General Assembly in 2020, but 80% of things were prepared already and the drinks are still there waiting for you. Yesterday, Pin and I had a lovely chat and Pin said, well, since China is not really able to plan the General Assembly next year. So the cancelled Hamamatsu GA is going to happen in 23. It's like a full circle and it really is a symbol of resurrection. So, you know, we had another very moving conversation. Japan has been elected as the most popular top tourist destination by World Economic Forum this year. Because of its safety, cleanliness, and a good infrastructure. So the Hamamatsu is waiting for you, and hopefully I will see you there. And yes, we will keep all the bottles for you. So hope to see you there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Noriko. It's now time to go through a couple of points that need to be decided during this General Assembly. As I just mentioned, there is no live voting, there is no proxies during this conference. We will all vote online, and you have all received an email about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, that has all the materials and the link to the voting software. And we would like you can begin doing this right now, but you can also take your time. The ballot will be open for 1 week until the 1st of July at 12 noon. So you can take your time, study the documents if you have to. And please support us with this. We like to have clear numbers and clear decisions for the issues on hand. I will not spend too much time in talking about the new member applications. There are a couple of competitions that have applied. The first one is the Concorso Pianistico Internazionale Ettore Pozzoli. It is a small Italian competition, nevertheless with a nice price level, with a great attendance, and with a good compliance of our statutes and rules. Maurizio Pollini was the first winner of that competition in 1959. It uses the Verdi Orchestra in Milan, and we believe it will be a nice complement to our other Italian members. So the board recommends including this piano competition. Then there is the Concurso Internacional de Piano Compositores de España, another piano competition, this time in Spain, outside of Madrid, in the city of Las Rozas de Madrid. They already held 21 annual competitions. And the numbers, it's a smaller competition, but the numbers are nevertheless promising. They have very good compliance. They organize concerts in Spain. They do have a slightly local image, but they are very well connected. We heard a couple of colleagues about them who recommended them. So the board also would like to recommend admission of this competition as a new member. This is followed by the Odessa International Violin Competition. It is under the historic name of the famous violinist Peter Stoliarski. We don't know where this competition is going to go at the moment and when the next edition will be held. It is very well interlinked with companies in Western Europe. As you can see, there are Bärenreiter, Pirastro, Vere, Menuhin, and other prizes. We can at the moment not verify all aspects of their rules, but after looking through the materials, we believe that compliance in general is very good. And especially in this difficult situation, we would like to recommend to admit them to the Federation. It would be our second Ukrainian member. Next is the IPEA International Percussion Competition. This is directly linked to the Shanghai Conservatory. IPEA stands for International Percussion Education Association. They already held 6 competitions, are currently biannual, and are a very popular and very high level competition in Shanghai. If you look through the names of people on the jury, it is really quite amazing. They did hold their 2021 edition online and had more than 1 million views for that competition, and are really very well connected to various organizations in China. They have a great network, have great PR, and great supporting organizations. And of course, the Shanghai Conservatory is one of the most important music schools in the country, so that we would strongly like to recommend admission of this competition. Last is the Olga Kern International Piano Competition in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is a smaller organization, it's not quite as big as the Clyburn, but nevertheless, both Jacques and Glenn have recommended admitting them to the federations. They are very well organized, have very international juries, and have decent prices along with great compliance. So we can only recommend admitting them. These are the new competitions. There is one more on some older documents that you might find among your emails. This competition is a Polish competition that the board has decided to watch a little bit longer and study more before we go ahead and recommend it for admission in the federation. Then we have a number of applications for new competitions and new disciplines within the membership, meaning some of your organizations are promoting different competitions under the same legal entity. We discussed this issue last year in the General Assembly and made the provisions for the admissions of such competitions. And we had a special application time for these members during the past month. The rule for now is when these competitions get accepted, a member will pay one membership fee and will have one entry on the website, one entry in the yearbook, and of course, one vote among the membership. If such a member chooses to have an additional entry because they have 2 different competitions at the same time and they would like to have greater exposure on our communications, the federation will give a 50% discount on the membership fee so that you can have a second entry in the yearbook and a second page on the website to have both competitions present all the time. If you do not do that, it will alternate between the 2 competitions, and whatever competition is being held in that year will be on the website. The other one will not be. One more important point that has been a sticky point for us in the Secretariat, because some members have always made use of this possibility. There is quite clear rules that junior competitions are not really part of the federation. And the federation is there for professional musicians, not for students or ongoing musicians. So we don't want to completely shut out these competitions, but there are separate organizations taking care of junior competitions. And thus we will keep the names of these junior competitions somewhere among the information about the member competition. And of course, the member competition can have our logo on their website, and on the website there will also be the junior competition, but the junior competition itself is not a member of the federation. So we cannot accept a new competition that is only a junior competition. It can only be sort of a part of the actual member. It can go together with their big brothers, so to speak, on the same website with the logo, but cannot be separately advertised or supported. So first we have applications from Vilnius for 3 new competitions. These competitions are all organized by the Center for International Cultural Projects in Vilnius. And among these 3 are the Noreika competition for singers, the Jascha Heifetz competition for violinists, and the Vainunas competition for pianists and chamber ensembles. We looked through their credentials, through their record, and we believe they are perfectly well organized and in compliance with our statutes. So we would strongly recommend to accept these competitions to the federation. Next is the Bartók World Competition, a second competition of the Liszt Academy, and this is actually due to a merger with the Eva Marton International Singing Competition. The Bartók World Competition is a very well-known competition. It is incredibly well organized, has great laureates, and also there is no reason why it should not be accepted into the federation. Next is the International Conducting Competition in Rotterdam. Maybe some of you have seen the final a couple of weeks ago. A most amazing new conducting competition that is linked to Liszt Utrecht, so the Liszt competition in Utrecht. It has a lot of new ideas. It features several orchestras and has many innovations. So it's very much worth looking into what they do. And we would also strongly recommend to include this conducting competition into the federation. Lastly, we have one new discipline to include that is at the Franz Schubert and Modern Music Competition in Graz. They would like to enlarge their disciplines and include piano duo as a further discipline. I think there is no need to discuss this further. They are very well known and very well organized member, and I think they will have a great new option with being also a piano duo competition. So much for the applications for the new competitions. Is there any questions, any requests about these? There are documents in the files to all these competitions, so you can look at the data. You also have attachments to the mails that include the voting link. So if you would like to look up some more numbers or some more data about these competitions, please do so. But you can also, of course, ask us or ask the involved people. Many of them are here in the room. Which brings us to another chapter. Status changes. I know this is always a very popular subject in the General Assembly, so I will try and make it very simple. You also have a document about this that we've sent to you several times by email. Some of these changes are very important for us. Some of them are rather cosmetic. Like the first one, in which we would like to change the paragraph about official languages. It's not about eliminating French. I can assure you there's nothing going to change in that way. That would require a lot more discussion, and we don't want to do that in the first place. But we had many competitions that did not use any of our 2 official languages, and then yet others were really struggling in providing translations into French that were not really necessary because they also had English. So we would like to make this point and say in the statutes that all main communications of a competition must include one of these 2 languages. So if you are in, let's say, Shenzhen, China, and you don't have a French translator at hand, but you do have people speaking English, then it's fine to use only English. But if you're somewhere in French territory and you have problems finding someone writing English texts, you're more than welcome to use only French. The next point is a cosmetic one. We had in our statutes the wording that our competitions are open to both genders. And of course, that is no longer a valid expression. So we would like to change that sentence to have an international character, that is, be open to all, regardless of nationality, ethnic origin, religion, and gender identity. One other one, this is just about an elimination. We used to have all the members sending their yearbooks, sending their programs, their application forms, their posters to the Secretariat to disperse them further in the world. People are not doing that anyway, or very few are still doing that. So we would like to take out this sentence as everything is taking place online in the moment anyway. This is another change about the structure of the federation. Every member used to be required to take part in a General Assembly every 5 years, or at least send a proxy. Now that our General Assemblies are hybrids, that you can take part online, we would like to shorten this period to 3 years and say every member should take part at least once in 3 years. Otherwise, we won't know where you are and who you are anymore. This is actually a very important change, and this is also the reason why we are holding a workshop on associate memberships. As you know, we have, you can find them in the yearbook, a number of associate members that are never here, that are always mentioned, that are these organizations like ISPA, like IAMA, some festivals, some other organizations that we don't really know what they do. Are they really interested in us? Are we interested in them? Do we need them? Do they need us? And we would like to define the role of the associate members a little bit better. We would like to really create a network that helps the federation. We would like to invite interesting people that will also join our General Assemblies in order to create opportunities for us and not just have the name there in order just to include a couple of logos that look good. And of course, we would also like to charge them a membership fee, because not paying means that they might once say, okay, we'll be a member, but then they will never show up or will never really be interested. And also paying means additional income for us, which is not of little importance, because membership fees are the main source of income for the federation. The problem until now has been that accepting an associate member always involved this vetting process and the introduction to the General Assembly and the vote by the General Assembly, much like a real music competition. And it's just really hard to convince a local organization that might be very interested in the federation to apply with lots of documents, wait 1 year until the General Assembly then votes on whether or not to accept that organization. So this is why we'd like to change the statutes and make the admission of the associate organizations, of associate members, easier, and take the decision away from the General Assembly to the board, so that we can, within a month or two, admit a prospective new associate member. And just as a reminder, and we highlighted this also here in the text, associate organizations are of course non-voting members, so there is no way that they can in any way interfere or take part in our decision-making process. So this is also for us, for the Secretariat, a very important decision that we'd like you to help us with, because we really want to make a step forward and enlarge our network, enlarge our income, and create new opportunities through these associate organizations. Yes, that's the end of the proposed statute changes. How are we doing time-wise? Not too bad. I would like now to continue with two short reports from... Yes, one question. I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry, with regard to the associate organizations, you know, we have all the confidence and all the trust that the present board will not make any irrational decisions. But if this is part of the statutes, couldn't we somehow define what kind of associate organizations would be, you know, sort of qualified to be an associate member, rather than, you know, leave it totally open to you, and you could take any associate member without any definition, identification, and no doubt with regard to the present board. But statutes are surviving present boards. Couldn't one define it a little bit to make sure that this is not an open door for everything?
Very good question. And that is the reason why we have initiated the workshop today. We want, in this workshop, we have 2 sessions today and tomorrow. We want to go through this and really create a profile for potential associate members.
Well, if that is the case, couldn't we postpone that decision until the workshop has come out with a definition, rather than open it up? What is a workshop worth if the decision is being made before the workshop has taken place?
The workshop will not make a change to the statutes. I think the statutes have to be kept
right, but you know, the associate organizations shouldn't there? Well, that's just a question, and the others should. I would have that question anyhow. So I leave it up to the other members to make up their opinion. Thank you.
Just a quick reply. You have 1 week until you have to vote. So we will have a result of the workshop tomorrow, and you have only to vote until July 1st.
Does that mean that we're going to get a new recommendation after the workshop? I mean, this would be, then I would obviously agree if that would be the case. But the workshop is just an exchange of thoughts. It's not going to have any effect on the statutes.
It will not have a direct effect on the statutes, but the workshop will, we're asking every workshop to come up with results and present these results in a proposal to the General Assembly. Not to change the statutes, but to give a clear idea, to give a clear profile what such a decision should be. And you see, I totally agree with you. It's true that due process would be changing everything and then beginning. But if we did so, then we would have to wait again until next year. And I think we've been waiting for many years for this to happen. And the more and more we wait, we will never begin. It is a process. It will not happen overnight. Okay. And also we have to see what kind of organizations are really interested, what kind of organizations are willing to support us, to join us. And then we can still define this more closely and restrict or change rules next year and say, okay, this is not enough, or this has been too much in order to put it in one direction or the other. But I think we need to first create the prerequisites to give us the option to actually ask people to join. And then we can see how many are actually interested, how easy it is to get these people on board. Thank you.
Maybe one comment from my side. You shouldn't be so worried about changing status because you can change it again. So now, for the moment, you are trusting this board. We have another 2 years to show the potential of approaching new associate member. And if the next board is going to admit the, from your point of view, wrong associate member, you can propose to change the status again.
Thank you. Okay, I would like now to invite Maria-Lena on stage. She has been leading the compliance committee and will tell us a little bit about the work we did. The compliance committee included also Isabella Vasilotta, Glenn Kwok, and Noriko Ogawa. Let me give you a microphone.
So hello, everybody. Good to see you all here. And as we know, we're all tremendously enjoying each other's company here, and we are sending our greetings to everyone joining us on internet. Just a few words, not taking too much of your time. The compliance committee has been working very actively last fall. This spring we gave a little more space for the secretariat to work on the current problems that we have been facing. But the compliance committee has actually, created 3 tasks that it has, and one of them being analyzing and reviewing and therefore updating the statutes and the recommendations related to the compliance. You have just heard the statute changes that Florian was telling about. Part of them are created from the discussions of the compliance committee. And then also you are voting upon the recommendations, changes that we have recommended to be done now. Now we know that they're, referring to our discussions, it takes hours to discuss about these matters. We have so many different opinions, and yet even today when we recommend these new recommendations to vote upon, we know that there are some sticky points on, for example, with the age limit questions, the jury regulars, adoption of the live streaming as a regular communication means, clarification of the teachers in jury voting. That is something that we all have different opinions upon, and the jury discussions on where and how the jury can discuss. But anyway, this is a proposal for today, and we are continuing working even after these recommendations that are hopefully going to be accepted at this point. And also we want to continue working for a document, a more clarification within the statutes and the recommendations, so that it's very clear for us members and also for the people from outside of the competitions. What are the things that the Federation requires from high quality competition? Then another duty of the compliance committee is to establish a monitoring procedure to evaluate compliance at member competitions. As we know, this is one of the duties mentioned in the statutes. And as we know that the compliance form that used to be sent to the members after each competition has not been activated for quite some years. So therefore we created a checklist for the compliance committee members and the board members when they visit the competitions, that they sort of observe things on the compliance point of view, and report to the discussions of the compliance committee. And therefore we sort of look at the current issues that the competitions are facing at this moment, have a discussion and then bring it to the board. And also, if they are important, we bring them to the GA, to the discussion groups like we have today and tomorrow. Also, the compliance committee is discussing and moderating the individual cases involving competitors, juries, and administration. Sometimes we get emails or information of current problems and issues that us as member competitions or for example, the competitors or the jury members are facing when working with us or with other competitions. So this is the kind of work, a line of work that we have been doing. I'm very happy and grateful for Glenn, Isabella, and also Noriko for the work, and Florian naturally. If you have any other questions, I am here for them all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria-Lena. As Maria-Lena said, the recommendations are a work in progress. We are asking you to approve these amended regulation, approve these improved, these changed recommendations. You have the new documents in your emails, but we will keep working on them and come back to you next year with further changes. One other issue concerning compliance is the exclusion of inactive members, and I just want to really briefly mention this. We have 3 members to be excluded because they have not been in touch with us for more than 3 years, because they have not paid their fees for more than 3 years. And among these are the Ningbo China International Voice Competition, the Tromsø Top of the World Piano Competition, and the Lutoslavsky International Cello Competition. We don't need a discussion about this. This is clearly regulated in the statutes that actually, after a much shorter time, competitions should be excluded, but we need your approval for this process. Next, I would like to briefly report on the Communications Committee and ask Rob to join me here on stage. The Communications Committee consists of Tanya, Marcus Barker, and Jacques, who is briefly will briefly join us after this report. Thank you.
Hello. I was really happy that we decided as a board to really work on communications this term. And we had a great team to work together with, as Florian said, with Tanya, Marcus, and Jacques. After a long conversation of what should be the priorities, because communication is actually everything we do within the federation. It's communication within the membership, it's communication with each other, it's communications with the outside world. And there were a lot of things that need to be tackled, how we could improve to the modern day times. So we set quickly 2 goals for the first year, and those were create more awareness for our brand. We still notice that a lot of people don't understand what the World Federation is about, even people who are connected to our competitions, board members. So we want to create a more visible World Federation. And secondly, we want to invest more in promoting laureates. So, and with these goals, we also set sub-goals. So for the creating of awareness, we first of all thought we need to really enhance our communications means. And as Florian has already shown this, he went straight in, and within 3 months, we had a new website, which is a fantastic tool. We had a newsletter, which is really up to date, with wonderful reports about the competitions that have taken place and descriptions of the laureates. And other communications with partners like Idagio, the talks that he has had with a few winners, and as well as the streaming within our own website. And then the second thing we, as a sub-goal, was find a better strategy for advertisements. We've done a lot of advertising over the past years, and we were not so happy with the results. We had partnerships with BBC Magazine and other magazines where we advertised, and we simply didn't see that much of a difference in what that actually meant for the World Federation, and especially for us as members of this federation. So we said that we would take a step back right now this year, and we stop advertising in magazines around the globe and first invest time and money in the means that we have ourselves. But secondly, we really want to develop a new strategy, and that will be the goal for the next year. And for this strategy, we really need your help. And what we really want to do is to have a survey of what are now the most important means of communication for each individual member. Who do you trust in your region? Who do you work with? How do you spread the word of your competition and your laureates? so that we as a federation have a better understanding of what's happening worldwide within these communications. So as we have seen already with a lot of surveys that we have done in the past, also about asking what kind of means do you use in terms of social media, there's a very little response of members. We had for the last survey, I think about 20 members replying. So I'm really here to urge, we're gonna send out a survey, help us, because we're a federation and we do this together. So if we send out the next survey, please fill it in, and then we work on something fantastic for next year. Thank you very much.
Mr. Romic has a question.
Rob, well, thank you very much. I think this is very, very, very important. And I just wonder how we are going to get the target groups that we have. Now, I'm going to make a recommendation. What do you think about MUVAC? You know, I mean, it's not for the piano competitions, but for all the other instruments. Is this a platform that is, you know, what kind of experience do you have? I mean, these are the largest number of orchestra instruments that are in competitions. I mean, you know, except for string, it's all the wind instruments, they all are in MUVAC. Is that a platform where the World Federation, you know, could have an impact, or what do you think about it?
Yeah, well, if you remember well, Sigurd, last year we invited somebody from MUVAC to give a presentation.
Well, that's the reason why we are now working with them.
But to be honest, MUVAC is for me not a means of communication, but it's a tool to get applicants to your competition. Of course, you know, there are very strict rules in how you can communicate with participants and you know, all the things that are with privacy of information. So I don't see MUVAC as a tool of promoting, but it's a very important partner of us. Yes.
You know, something. You know, or are there other platforms that are, you know, meaningful for, you know, because you are advertising, you're cutting back. That's exactly it. Posters, you know, all these magazines. Who's reading them? You know. And so I'm just wondering, how are we getting the target groups that we are focusing on in a modern, in a digital manner? And I'm as much looking for it like you. And the only thing that I found is for our instruments, the wind instruments, is MUVAC. You know, and but I'm looking for others, and I will be curious and anxious to hear other recommendations.
Yeah, and this is, I think we don't really recognize yet the power we have as a federation, because there are of course other wind competitions around the globe who are doing the same thing as you, and every time everybody thinks is, who should I attract, which journalist should I get, where should I advertise, where should I, you know, how do I reach an audience, and we all struggle with these same things. And I think for us there are some really important steps that we need to take also to increase our own knowledge. And one of the things that Peter Paul already mentioned this morning, it's a thing that we will be discussing more in the board, is this idea of a global press office. But attached to this is something that also Florian already mentioned, and what I really want to look into is also, you know, we are always here gathering as executive directors, but most organizations also have people who work in marketing or are producers. And I think those people also really benefit of having a better understanding what is happening with other similar institutions around the world. And so what I would really want is also maybe organize within a few years from now an academy for our marketeers, where you really get together and you invite people who really have knowledge. For instance, people who understand how Google works and how can we really, you know, learn from each other to be more prominent in the internet and all these kind of things.
And that is also the reason why we have the workshop first thing tomorrow morning with David Taylor. He will speak exactly about these issues. So I hope you will all join and listen to him. He's a fantastic communicator and will introduce us to a lot of ways that have worked very well with especially with orchestras in the United Kingdom and with other arts organizations. Well, it is now time for our financial report. It's 5:30 a.m. in Fort Worth, Texas. And Jacques Marquis will join us now for an update on the Federation's finances.
Can you see me?
Please bear with me. We're finding him.
I'm here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. That's working? Hello. I can see you.
It's working well. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, you're lucky. How are you guys? I cannot, for an interesting reason, cannot download my report on this. If you can you put the report on?
You cannot share your screen?
No. No, I think I could figure it out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but this morning it seems like it's not working.
Jacques, everybody got the report, so maybe you can go on giving some explanations only.
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Romic know it by heart, so we are fine.
Okay. Let me find it then. Okay. Very good. Everybody. Naturally, always the interesting part, can you hear me now? Yes, hopefully. Is, we're still in the surplus or balanced budget, which is very important for us. And we were monitoring all the expenses and all that. Then, as you can see, can you see? No. Then, if you know it by heart, and then our position in, like I said, we have a surplus. We have also receivables, but they are not under control. It was another year of the pandemic, and I'm pretty happy that we got all the support that we could from all the members. On the income, we receive, advertising income this year, which an increase, and sponsorship. You saw the numbers with Idagio and Accepted. These are kind of the numbers that have to be eventually higher. Advertising income are good. Sponsorship naturally could go higher. If we want to increase the revenue of the Federation and new project, we have to increase other source of income. We save some money with the General Assembly in Turney, as you know, and I'm going to my numbers. I'm already at number 8 in the expenses. We also, at the end of the year, we got a little surplus, but because also we had some membership fees that came late and helped us to get there. Then, as my thoughts on this is, we are now making it pretty much okay on the balanced budget, but in order to go and implement new project, we will have to increase either way members or advertising income or other project, because the support of the members is like 80% of the entire budget. And the way to do this is the way to increase activities. We have to think of donations. We have to think of sponsorship, which is very complicated, but this is the new thing in Europe, I think. We have to think of advertising and publicity on the website. We have to think of advertising and publicity on the program book, and any other ideas that can generate money.
Jacques, could you turn on your camera again because we cannot see you anymore?
Okay. Is that that's a very good thing for you all. Hold on. Okay.
Thank you.
My camera was on. Oh, I understand now. Yes. Is that working? If I do this, is that working?
No, now we cannot see you anymore.
It's because I'm reading my report at the same time. Aha. Okay, then essentially I'm pretty much done. It's not a very complicated year. We, in order to like I said, in order to have new project, we have to find new ways of funding. When you think of sponsorship, for instance, I was reading that main competition or that the way to raise money in nonprofit in our culture, not our sector, 95% comes from the city. Then you do some project in the city and you get some money to support it, especially on sponsorship. In the case of the World Federation, unless we would like to make a concert in the city and maybe make money with it, it's very complicated to get sponsors. Then it's a problem that is always the same, that we have been talking over the last years. Our different diversifications of source of funding, and we are totally dependable on membership fees to do whatever we have to do. Then I know we have been talking at the board of different projects and associate members and all, but any ideas that can come from anyone will help us to get there. And because we need 10 to 15% of more revenues in order to do projects. That would be pretty much it, Florian. I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Zikard, do you mind to elaborate a little bit and tell us your view on the budget? Peter Paul, could you hand it? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think the financial results are rather positive. We have an increase in advertising of 27,000, membership fee increase of 15,000, donations of 8,000, travel cost savings of 17,000. So we have a 70,000 better, cost and income basis. The cash position has increased. One has to mention that the salaries made a gigantic jump from 115,000 to 200,000, but this was compensated. So I think the board, and especially Florian and Zara, they have been doing a reasonably good job. I think not even reasonable, but a good job on compensating and coming out with a positive result. But it's going to be difficult, as it was just mentioned. But to make sure that the future is going to be financially as sound as it was in the last 2 years. I mean, we have been coming down from 600,000 cash position in 2014 to 180,000 in 2019. So we were really burning money, like crazy, 300, 400,000 within 5 years. That was, thanks God, stopped. And the present board and especially Florian and Zara have been really turning it around, and I think we have to congratulate them and not only keep our fingers crossed that that's going to be as good in the future, but do something about it, because keeping fingers crossed is not going to be the solution. And the inflation goes up, salaries will go up, so we need a compensation for that. But by and large, for the time being, I think we are on sound ground, and can be pleased with the result of the last year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to elaborate on that one point, if you're interested in why the salaries went up this much in the last year's budget, that is because I started working in a full-time position from last January, and the year before I was working 50%. We also hired a marketing manager, also part-time, of course, and we now have an intern. So these are all costs included in these higher salaries. Are there any more questions about the finances? There are not, thank you. Then I would just like to quickly mention again the workshops that we will have after lunch. At 2:30 we will be starting 3 different workshops. One on the associate members. That one will be the furthest away. If you go through the hall towards the very back, you will find some tables. The second workshop, denationalization, will be also in the room next door, but closer to this side. And the third workshop, Help Ukraine, will be held in this room right here. So after you come back from lunch, please make your way to your assigned workshop. It's really intended to be an interesting discussion and exchange of ideas. And we hope that each of these 3 groups will be able to present these ideas to the plenary in the end of the conference, so that we really get some stronger input and will be able to use this input for our work in the future. So thank you very much for these efforts, and thank you for taking part in putting this together. Yes. No, why? No. The last point on this morning session is the family picture. We still have a few minutes. So if I would like to invite you all to come up here to the stage, and we can take a quick picture and have this done before we go to lunch. Thank you very much. Can we begin, please? Thank you. Just one piece of housekeeping. This session will end at 5:30, and 1 hour later, 6:30, we will all meet in the hotel lobbies to walk over to the Philharmonic Hall to see the anniversary, the gala concert tonight. If you have not yet picked up your tickets, you should have received an envelope from Sarah with a ticket for the concert. So I look forward to seeing you all at the concert. We're moving back in time. The Paderewski Association is 100 years old, and if we move back another 100 years, that's when Johann Wolfgang von Goethe published his West Eastern Divan, a very famous collection of poems exchanging cultures, bridging cultures from East to West. And since we are in Poland, and since our member, the Chopin competition, or its director, Artur Szklener, told me he could come here for a discussion, we thought it would be a nice idea to hold an exchange of ideas and bridge East and West from Warsaw originally to Fort Worth, and exchange some ideas between Clyburn and the Chopin competition. Now that Jacques, unfortunately, has fallen ill with COVID, we went one step further and went even further away from Warsaw, all the way down to Sydney. And I'm very happy that Marcus Parker from the Sydney has agreed to replace Jacques and lead this discussion. And we're really looking forward to hear what these two giant competitions have in common, and where they are different, what visions they have for the future, what ideas they have for the future. So let me introduce to you now Artur Szklener and Marcus Parker. The session will be moderated by Maria-Lena Petasz from Helsinki. Please give him an applause.
So good afternoon. We got the wonderful spot after having eaten and the coffee, and we are all the brightest, but at least you are relaxed listeners. And I have to tell you that we will spare space for your questions. We have agreed that, we can do them all along, but if we go to questions, then don't be offended if I cut it and move it into the next subject so that we don't get stuck into only one. So welcome, Artur and Marcus, and it's lovely to have you here in the coach divan, so to say. Some of us had to look what is a divan, but for me it is known. I thought in Poland we could have had a real divan here, but this is a very good substitute to that, a modern divan. So to start with, could you just, we all know the Sydney and the Chopin competition as being the great piano competitions in the world. So just to start with very shortly, what was the idea behind these competitions originally? Could you please start, Artur?
Yeah, I think that it's quite striking for us today when we realized that the initial idea of Chopin competition was to promote Chopin music. And there were three elements actually that are very modern and quite actual to our times. First was relying on sources, on original scores. The second element was introducing to the public not only the easiest pieces. So was to show that Chopin output was very full of variety. And the third element was actually the very invention of the model of the musical competition, because at that time it was in the 1920s. Musical competitions were not so common. We would say even that they were not organized at all. And Mr. Jerzy Żurawlew, Professor Jerzy Żurawlew, is an anecdote, but it is a true one, was going in a train with some young gentleman, and he was listening to the discussion about some sport championship with enthusiasm. And he thought that what to do to have this kind of enthusiasm related to the high culture. And that was his idea. Let's take the most valuable music and the model of sports championship. So this element of emotions, of competition and art was from the very, very beginning of the idea of Chopin competition.
Wonderful. So that's actually, Chopin competition is one of the oldest competitions that still exist today.
That's true.
What about Marcus?
Well, actually, we drew inspiration from Europe. Australia, being obviously the other side of the world, didn't necessarily draw on its own cultural identity until very, very recently. So a lot of our culture was coming from Europe. So it was back with a Hungarian immigrant, actually, after World War II, that came to Australia, but also felt that there was something which she could create to actually bridge that gap between Australia and Europe. So she, Claire Dan, it was her name, she established the Sydney International Piano Competition as that opportunity to actually create a bridge and to celebrate culture and music between what she loved in Europe, but also her new home in Australia, in Sydney. So that's how the competition was established.
And when was that?
That was in 1977. 1977. So yeah, so coming to 50 years in 2027.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I mean, here we can also take a bridge to the significance of the competitions. I mean, they have a great significance today, but I mean, how would you describe the significance?
We've actually examined the history of Chopin competition, and it is quite striking that even before the Second World War, there were three editions. This competition very rapidly became a very popular international event. As far as I remember, the third competition, there were more than 200 applications for the third competitions already. So it's a scale of a really very, very popular international event that has been reached already before the Second World War. As probably everybody know, the biggest success of Chopin competition is that some of its winners became the legends of pianism, and obviously that's a great heritage that we've got in hand. And we are really, as organizers, we always stress that. We try to be modest. We try to show that we've got this great value, and our main mission is just to add our contemporary view, our contemporary possibilities, but not to spoil the value that we've been given.
You were saying that you're trying to be modest. Why does a competition have to be modest?
Modest? I mean that because very often the journalists, they ask us how we do this, how we do that, and the answer is very often that with Chopin competition it's like with the grass in a royal gardens. You need only very few elements: the best composer, the best formula, and 100 years of organizing it.
That sounds beautiful. I mean, I'm trying to vision that. But really, I have to say that, if it originated from the idea of the sports, it feels like a sports. I mean, the way, I have never visited Chopin competition myself, I'm sorry to say, but what I've heard, it feels like it is a national tournament. It's really, really important in the society, and your halls are full and tickets are sold very early. So you have accomplished what you actually wanted.
And it's actually been like that from the very beginning. Now we are trying to withdraw from that a bit. We try to show the artistic part more. We try to stress that, because one of the goals of our competition now is not only to promote or not to promote Chopin music, but to promote classical music, to show the values related to classical music to the general audience, because it's one of the very few classical music events that go in ranges, in interest of the public into the area of pop culture. It's comparable. I can show you examples in a couple of minutes into what extent Polish national television, the main channel of Polish television, was aware of that fact that Chopin competition it was absolutely a unique situation for the program of television. But what does it show to us? What does it tell us? It tells us that the competition is a kind of a power that we can use for certain purposes, and our main purpose now is promoting classical music. But as you say, from the very beginning, even the narration, the wording, were absolutely taken from sports. There were contestants, there were fights, there were our group, especially Russians. So, Polish group was weaker than the Russian group, and so on and so forth. And I think that we think as organizers that if we control that, if we balance that, we've got a very good relationship between emotions that are understandable for all the general audience, but at the same time, we've got beautiful music.
Well, talking about sports and competitions, that's very much about the Australian scene, right?
Absolutely. We don't have a chance to be modest. We have to actually fight against the sporting world, because Australia is, 99% focused on sport. And so for us to have our place and our voice and our niche within our country, in the musical world in our country, we can't afford to be modest. We have to find new innovative ways to actually engage with audiences, to encourage audiences to even walk through the door, is a big challenge. When you have massive sporting stadiums and you have 100,000 people all selling out, which sounds like people do here at shop, and they actually buy these tickets well in advance, whereas in Australia, well in advance, the sporting contests are all sold out, but it's actually the cultural events which actually have to work so hard. And we have to actually find our own niche and to change how we present ourselves. And I think the Sydney has done that, over 40 years of competition, run very passionately by the original founder, didn't actually reflect the changing community and society where we were in Australia. And so when I started in 2015, and also with our artistic director, Piers Lane, it was a chance for us to actually kind of really use that and to leverage the ownership that did exist with the competition, but to also use that to actually find our pathway to ensure that we actually could have a platform, and that we could develop that platform for the long-term sustainability of the organization. So not necessarily is it actually all, unfortunately, about the music. I mean, for our competition, it's about the music, but for us to survive, it actually has to be a much, much bigger picture, which takes in, unfortunately, a very strong representation from sporting events in our country.
Yes, so I mean, if I take a hand raise, in how many countries do you feel that the sports event are easier to sell and have a larger audience than the classical music? Very acceptance. I mean, it is tough, it is, but I mean, we do have a special audience, and they are very faithful to us, which we are, truly happy about. Well, I mean, we have experienced at this moment, how arts and culture come closer to politics for very many reasons. And one of them, for example, being the COVID situation, where we really had to be, we were part of the whole society. I mean, what was your experience about your competitions facing this new situation, and how did you adapt with it?
Actually, as you probably know, we were one of these competitions that were in a disastrous situation, because we've had a very, very optimistic plan. We were in the middle of international tour of promoting the competition. After 10 or 11 press conferences, starting from Tokyo and ending in Miami. And just after coming back, we came back from Miami on the 1st of March 2020. And 2 or 3 days later, there was a huge official press conference in Poland with the deputy prime minister opening it. And I remember talking to him just before this press conference, asking if he was really sure to announce that the original date was going to kept. And in 5 days later or 7 days later, everything got locked down. So it was obviously a crisis for all of us, for all of the musical industry. But what is the most important I would like to share with you is that we've had, I think that some kind of success in Poland, because after we have moved the date of the competition, it was becoming more and more clear for us that even the second date is under question, that we are not certain if we are going to organize that, because we've moved it just a year ahead, so to the October 2021, and it was a mistake because we underestimated the power of pandemic and the length of pandemic. So at the beginning of 2021, we tried to find a solution, and we managed to establish actually 2 legal acts that opened the door for organizing international musical events in Poland. We've copied the regulations concerning allowance to come into our country and quarantine. So 2 regulations were changed for Chopin competition, but in a way that affected also all the other events of that kind, international events. I think that it was really a success that finally in Poland, high art started to be treated as sport. However ridiculous it might sound, many of our colleagues, organizers of musical events from all over the world, were asking, how did you manage to do that? How did you manage to organize? What are these people doing in a concert hall? Yes, it was partly because of these regulations. And also we were a bit lucky because just 2 or 3 days after the competition has finished, there were first cases, COVID cases, noted in an orchestra, in a Philharmonic orchestra. So we were just, we love that Chopin helped us a lot. So probably that's part of our success as well.
Well, could you, Marcus, go to the ministry and ask the same?
Absolutely not. That just astounds me that the Chopin can actually have a seat at that high level of government table to actually create such a change in legislation to allow major changes within a global pandemic. That just kind of blows my mind. If we wouldn't even actually have a dialogue like that at all, even on a local, let alone a state or a federal level in Australia. So, but then on saying that, if you're a sporting organization, then that's a totally different situation. And I think that starts to then talk about the value which maybe the Australian government has on culture, and which is a significant difference to where the Polish government, in this example, has placed such a value to what we do, or you guys do, sorry, in terms of the cultural landscape here in Poland and the value and importance of that. So for my example is that, you know, in the first year of the global pandemic, the Australian Open is obviously a massive, big sporting event happening in Melbourne. And the Australian government allowed sporting people to come into the country. And those changes which you were talking about from a cultural perspective worked the opposite in Australia. So it was the sporting context that was able to change that rule, but only for sporting organizations. And I think that kind of speaks a little bit more to the volume of how a government supports the arts versus not so much in Australia. And we relied on different means to actually kind of create the competition which we deliver.
And to be honest, I wanted to mention that. I wanted to share that experience with all of us, because I think that is an example that we could try to use as a federation, because it's a case study. If one of the governments, European governments, decided to solve this problem this way, maybe it should be shown to the other ones. Because it really does change the situation. It really does. The other factor was the audience, and we just fitted to the regulations, and it allowed us feeling 100%, because at that time 70% was allowed, but people who were vaccinated didn't count to these limitations. So we've gone through the huge process of checking all of our visitors, via the system, ticket selling system that wasn't prepared for that purpose. So we were sending hundreds of thousands of emails to people, asking them for declaration that they are vaccinated, and that allows us filling the audience 100%, and no transmission of virus noted.
Wonderful. So is there anything that you would like to ask from our distinguished speakers here today at this moment? Just, checking if there's something. There we have. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay.
Thank you very much for your stories. It's not a question, but just another compliment that I would like to give to both of you for the wonderful competitions that you organize. And one aspect that I would like to mention about the Chopin competition is the magnificent archive that you have on your website of past performances. It's huge, and also the information about Chopin's music. It's enormous, and it's a wonderful example for other competitions as well.
Thank you very much for that. Actually, that's the way we are trying to be modest, and our ranges. I think that's something that I would like to mention. Independent agencies counted that Chopin competition this time reached awareness and had audience in number more or less 250 million people worldwide. So 1/4 billion people. That's the power of Chopin.
We are amazed, totally amazed. I'm moving on a bit. If there are other questions at this moment, you will get a chance. Okay. So we were talking about the importance in your countries and all that. So it's somehow reflected in the funding system as well, right? So Marcus, how does your competition function? Do you get your money from the government, or do you have to fundraise the money, or do you have a foundation behind the Sydney competition?
Yeah, we don't receive a single cent from government funding. So that's from a local level, from a state-based level, and a federal level. So all of our funding is actually self-generated. So it's either through philanthropic donations, less so with corporate support. It's very difficult, particularly in Australia at the moment. But the majority of our money does come through our own generated box office through ticket sales. So that probably is maybe one similarity that we may have, is that even though our audiences are small, they actually have a passion and a drive to actually buy those tickets in advance, because they've been around, some of them, right since 1977, and they love the competition, and they love that connection with music and young artists. But we do have a situation whereby that the competition can only become more sustainable, or continue to be sustainable, with continued philanthropic growth. And that philanthropic growth is either from individuals, it's from trusts and foundations, or more and more, and I hate to say it, but it's around bequests. So people leaving gifts to the competition in their wills, and it is at the moment our biggest kind of generator of income. It's just that we don't know when we're going to get that income.
Yeah, I was actually studying very carefully. I mean, your website about, how you create, donations to your competition, because I'm doing that for a university in Finland. I found it very interesting to find for an annual or cycle of giving, you've given names like Hammerklavier stage and pathetic stage. I mean, the amount, it was really innovative, and you have created almost all kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, and we had to do that because the original founder was a very important and very independently wealthy person. So the competition never actually developed its own philanthropic giving programs. So our programs have actually really only started from 2015 in an organization that's almost 50 years old. So we had to find those ways to connect through like our Cycle of Giving program, which takes the names of some of Beethoven's piano sonatas and the connection with Beethoven to 32 sonatas and 32 competitors, which we have coming to Sydney. We also then have other ways whereby we can engage with individual donors at a higher level, which go to support competitors. Because one of the things which we do in Australia very well is the hospitality and the drive and the want, the desire from our audiences, but to connect with a young artist. And so what we've decided, and which we ran for the first time in the 2020, then postponed to 21 competition, was to find that connection with individual donors to actually connect with a competitor. So creating a dialogue which continues beyond the competition, and then hopefully a lifelong friendship, which then takes that young person back out in the world as an ambassador for the competition. But then internally, back in Sydney, we've created a very strong narrative between the donor and the competition to maintain and to grow that funding source.
Yeah, I believe you called the Club 32.
We do, yes.
Okay, interesting, exciting. But I mean, it's also very exciting the way, you have in the Chopin competition, because you have an entirely different structure for funding.
Yes, we are a public institution and we've got public funding, but it doesn't cover obviously all of the costs. But we've got this kind of security. So the hard costs of organizing the competition are public, and we are trying to use the competition because it's the most attractive cultural event for the sponsors. So we try to use it as a central point of our relationship, long-term relationship. So we say, okay, you can become a sponsor of the Chopin competition, provided that you help us for 5 years with the museum, with education, with all of the activities that are important for us, that you would never pay for because they are not attractive for you from marketing point of view, but we give you the Chopin competition. So that's the way we're trying to talk to business. But I think that there is another factor that is important that is derived from the fact that it's public, that is organized also by the government, that it is recognized by media, and it's both. I think that there are two elements that work together. So one is the interests of people who just demand having a competition, but another one is just this kind of awareness of leadership of media. And one of the most striking example, I think, was that the last gala concert of our last competition was broadcasted in the main program of the Polish television during the main news time. And the news was moved a bit and was broadcasted from the concert hall in a concert break. So it was a message to all of the Polish citizens of Poland. The Chopin competition for that day was more important than the news, than the politicians, that all the other news, even the weather forecast or the sports information. Yeah, I'm trying to show that in an entertaining way, but it's really important because that changes awareness of the general public, and this demand of being on during the competition at the competition is obviously also very strong. We don't have any borders in selling tickets. We've sold them within 3 hours, a year and a half before the competition, only because the biggest ticket selling system in Poland collapsed. Because we would do that within 15 minutes, but it collapsed. We had to wait for restarting it, and it was just a nightmare. The worst day of my working at that office. But finally, we did manage to put down to service and to sell these tickets within 3 hours.
Wow. Well, anyway, we were just talking a bit about, being able to donate, but people are able to donate to Chopin competition as well. I mean, say, for example, as for prizes or something. Do you have any consideration? I mean, who can donate and what kind of prize, which kind of evaluation do you make with that?
It was very limited this time because in the past there were donations like concert proposal, for instance. We limited that. So now for the last competition, there were only possible financial donations and financial prizes. But a very interesting effect arose itself because we were broadcasting all the competition on YouTube, our YouTube channel, and it's not a crypto marketing. It's just our partner, and there was a possibility at that time. I think that now it changed. Now you can just donate to the channel, but at that time you could have bought a special post, and people were buying these special posts to say thank you. Just to say thank you that we've got such a great musical cultural event for free. It wasn't a large sum of money. It wasn't something that was significant in a competition budget, but I think that it's quite significant in terms of making a community. And we do our best to keep that community, not only to the next competition, but just to be together.
Sorry, I'm just wondering, are you free next week to come down to Australia and have a chat to my government? Because this is just unbelievable. And you talk about the media. I mean, the media in Australia, is very limited. I mean, we're very lucky if we get onto like a single channel as, a 3-second news item, not necessarily to move the news broadcast. It's just astounding what you can achieve or have achieved. So yes, next week if you're free, I'll pay for your airfare down there.
I think that's not me. That's Chopin.
Yes, but I mean, Marcus, I mean, you also have lots of donors. You were just talking about those, but I mean, how do you accept certain donors and how do you allocate, the money for certain prizes, for example? I mean, do you have any hesitation? Say, is there something that you would not accept?
Yeah, we did a bit of an overhaul, really, of the entire prize list back for the 2016 competition, and we purposely moved away from composer-based prizes, which was historically where all of the money from donors were coming to support. Not to say that it's not a bad thing to actually have those, but there were more meaningful prizes which we could award based on the artistic talent or performance of a competitor. And we, in 2021, when we were forced to move the competition entirely online, it also gave us a chance to actually look at other different types of prizes which were reflective of what we were asking them or setting them as a test and a challenge to achieve. So, for example, for the first time, we had a special prize for the best encore. And so we were looking for someone who actually could think about their program overall and to choose the most appropriate encore and how they were presenting that or how people spoke. So we started to, and I know competitions are already doing this, but it's not something new, but for us it is a new step and a new challenge for us. And it also then connected to the donor. So the donors that were less interested or no longer could give the only Chopin prize because there's only one Chopin composer, all of a sudden then had a whole range of other opportunities which they were interested in. and obviously being, you know, Australian and Australian competition, many of our donors are very interested in supporting Australian artists and supporting Australian composition. So we have special prizes to support the industry of composers particularly, and we ran a separate composition competition during the first lockdowns in 2020 to achieve that generation of new Australian work, which is now a test for the competitors to actually play one of those new 1994, I think it was, new Australian works for the piano, which is then a great sidestep for us to be supporting our industry in a wider context of not just pianists, but also in this case in composers. But then again, for our connection to our donors and our sponsors, it's much easier for us in a localized way to say, will you support Australian artists or Australian composition or Australian work, and there are it's easier to kind of create that kind of partnership with a donor that way for us.
Right, you know, I come from Finland, where, you know, most of the cultural life is very much governmentally funded, but we are in a transformation phase where, you know, the government funding is, you know, it has not been cut off, but I mean, the government is showing that also the cultural life needs to have their own sponsors, and there's all kinds of campaigns from the ministry to the universities to create their own funding. And slowly we are shifting to another kind of phase where, you know, giving and sponsors are coming to the cultural life. There's lots of debate, you know, I mean, if you take the money from someone, I mean, how much are you allowed, or how much should you compromise your own ideology? Or, for example, with the competitions, you might think, I mean, what kind of prizes are you awarding, and how much does it reflect, you know, the mission or the vision of the competition? And, you know, having the government funding, you could be very pure. Also, on the other hand, if you lead the sponsorship and donors in a right way, I mean, you can still, you know, remain with your own identity. How do you feel about this?
Look, one of the things I just want to make a comment about is that it's great to have a donor as sponsoring a prize. But for us, because when we don't receive that government support, it's not actually helping us as the organization. So we are in a process of transiting the thought process of our donors to support the organization, because without the organization existing, they actually won't be able to support a prize. So it's a strange one, and this is where Club 32 comes in with our thinking there. It also with our Cycle of Giving program. It's about supporting the organization and changing that mindset of support. So not necessarily about prizes, because we don't receive that government base foundation, and we still have to raise it ourselves to exist.
I've got to say that there were rumors in the past, but quite far past. I'm thinking about 60s or 70s and 1970s, that there could have been some influence or trials of influences of politicians or political thinking on the jury members. But I can tell you that during our organizing the competition, there was even not a single trial of that kind. The only interaction with the Ministry of Culture I had, it was in 2015, when we had a discussion. The jury members were having a discussion if there should be the first prize. It was just an initial discussion of the evening. And somebody has passed this information outside, and I had a phone call from the Ministry of Culture saying, "I'm begging you, if you have to have exec for, let it be 2 first prizes. I will give you money. It's not a problem. It's not a financial problem, but don't allow the situation that we don't have a winner of the competition." And it was actually too late, because the verdict was in the meantime was already done. But I was just want to say that it's safe for the it's been safe until now, and I think that we are approaching some possible changes because of the war and all of these discussions about politically influencing programming, let's say that. So it could be that we as organizers will have to choose in time if we want to be fully independent or if we want to be into some extent related on public money. That means politicians.
Right. Are there any questions at this moment from the audience? Oh, Gustav, surprisingly. Please. Yeah.
There is one interesting aspect about the Chopin competition, which makes it quite exceptional, which is one aspect about which many organizers have mixed feelings. And that is that already in 2010, the Chopin competition has published all the points by the jury given to all the participants in every stage. That makes it very exceptional, and you have done this ever since in 2010 and 2015 and also now. So my question, Arthur, would you, with your experience, would you recommend to Marcus and other competition organizers to do the same, or what are your feelings about this?
Well, thank you very much for this question, and it's a huge topic. It's a huge topic. I've had a more than an hour lecture to the students about that topic, actually. Yeah, I think that there are both pros and cons. Just being very, very sincere, because obviously we are open to we are used to the democratic, transparent world. So our initial thought is obviously yes, the more transparent, the better. But there are some processes, mostly subconscious, that might influence the jury member judgment, because they know that their judges will be published, their scorings will be published. So being transparent, we try to avoid them cheating, but at the same time, we stress them the way that's consciously or not, they may influence their artistic judgments. That is obviously a con. So if somebody asks me if I recommend that, well, I probably would. I think that being transparent is still a more beneficiary, but everybody has to keep in mind that effect. That it's not omittable.
Do you publish the results?
No, we don't. No, even in the jury room, the vote is secret. So the jury are not aware of the voting process or who's voted for whom in the jury room, which I guess is, a way to not influence, future votes or however it may work for other prizes. But even right until the last moment, because we have 3 voting sessions after each of the rounds, of course, but even the jury members after the first round or the second round are not aware of even who has actually been awarded such prizes that have been deliberated on at those stages. Even the selection of the ones who go through to the next rounds, obviously they're public because everyone will be very aware of who's playing next. But other than that, no, we don't share or publish even after the competition, the voting.
So let's just, take a small hand vote. I mean, how many of you publish the votes of the jury after the competition or during the competition? 1, 2, 3. And the rest have not? Yeah, so I mean, still the majority of us is not, publishing, but I mean, this is an interesting discussion, and it's very good to hear your opinions on that way as well. So let me move a bit forward. What are you looking for? I mean, you arrange a competition, you invite in this case, pianists to participate. So, I mean, what are you looking for and how do you reach your goal in finding the right winner or the laureates or the contestants?
We are obviously looking for the best pianist, for the best artists, and as I said before, we try to use the Chopin competition as a power, as something that can move, can attract, and can help promoting classical music, especially to general audience. If we want to change something, we are just examining very slight, each and every detail, and there will be some slight changes. But I think that the very formula of the Chopin competition should be kept. So obviously we will try to reach new audiences to also both geographically and in Poland. But at that stage, and now I think that well, maybe there is one very major difference or change that has to be done. Most of our jury members are quite sophisticated in age. We have to think about new generations. So there will be some other people that we invite to the jury. But the very formal and organizational part of the competition, I think that we won't change very much.
Okay, what about Marcus?
I think overall we're looking for an ambassador. So that person who actually ends up taking away the first prize then also goes back out away from Australia and is then the ambassador for our competition. Of course, they're going to be the best out of the field of the 32 that actually are invited to come to Australia. That we have to take as a given, and that is the job of the jury to actually achieve that. But for us, it's actually finding someone who is going to have that, I want to use a term, the X factor, that is actually going to enable them to have that career or that extra step or start ahead of someone else. So that simply by winning the first prize is only the first part of it, and that's just part of the achievement. But what they actually have along with that that whole package is something that is saleable, something which we can go into venues, into concert halls, to promoters, to agents, to actually kind of use to support their career development and growth. And I think our jury has a big responsibility to achieve this. And I think a good example is what happened in 2021, where our entire competition was taken online. So we didn't insist, due to the COVID situation around the world, that they all had to go to a certain venue on a certain day to play on a certain piano so that everything was homogenous. So what we empowered each of those young artists to do was to actually find the safest place from where they could actually record their competition entry. So what the jury had to do was to listen to 32 different young artists in 32 different locations. So the bubble which exists around competition venues was entirely removed. So the jury then had to listen to the musicality of a young artist, not necessarily how they performed on the most beautifully maintained Steinway in the most acoustically sound concert hall. And that for us gives us comfort, I guess, to a degree, that when we take them out, and around Australia is a great example, is that Australia is a vast country, the size of Europe, but we have a population of 25 million. So to get from A to B, from one concert venue to the next, is lots of hours of driving, which means we're going a long way from the major cities where there's not well-maintained pianos. They're not proper concert halls. But what we're looking for is that artist who can actually create the most magical concert on whatever instrument that they have to actually deal with. So for us, finding an ambassador that actually celebrates that and what we do as our competition is really important.
I've got to say that as far as we are talking about being online or being live on the stage, we were desperate to do everything to be on stage, to have artists on stage, and to have audience in a concert hall. That was absolutely something that we were desperate about, and our direction was even opposite, because now we've got to what you've done, because now we've got the situation that the first, before the preliminary round, we've got a CDs sent to us, or DVDs sent to us, video material. And that's the first selection, the pre-selection based on that. And we were considering remodeling that element and replacing it with auditions spread out all over the world. We were thinking very seriously about organizing such a pre-selection before the 2025 competition. But because of the COVID situation, we won't do that, because it would be multiplying the risk. So for this time, we just keep the DVD part. But still, as I said before, this live contact of audience, jury members, and the pianist and the musician is something that we think that shouldn't be changed, shouldn't be tuned, shouldn't be removed from the very formula of competition.
I think many of us have considered, live auditions, and sometimes it's difficult with the money or just now with the COVID, but I mean, there's always a hesitation. How do you get the best impression, and how do you really squeeze down, if you have hundreds of applicants, how to find the best ones, and not everybody has the best tools to make the recordings nowadays. I mean, the situation has balanced a lot, so I mean, many of them are really in an equal stance when it comes to these recordings and DVDs. But I mean, that's the most important part, actually, of the competition. And then one has to have a clear mind what you're looking for. So also the pre-selection jury has to be of a higher standard, in my opinion. What does the repertoire matter? You have a Chopin repertoire, you also have chamber music, right, in the second round. So how does that, reflect on what you're looking for?
We are looking for some new Chopin pieces.
Yes, surprisingly. Well, what about Marcus? I was visiting the Clyburn competition, and they used to have the chamber music in the repertoire, and then they left it out this year. I mean, have you had hesitations on that, or what will that reflect on a musician?
Yeah, look, I think it comes back to my answer before, actually, is that what we're looking for is an artist who's well-rounded and someone who actually can work that we could use to actually kind of help them in their career. So if they actually have that capacity to be a great chamber music partner, then that's something which we want to actually also test and define through the process of having that. I mean, of course, we all have to have our rounds with orchestra, so we know that there is the continuation of being a great soloist. But again, we look to actually develop partners in our regional geographic area in Australia, which obviously includes New Zealand. So the Michael Hill, which is also a member of the World Federation, we're looking to find partnerships whereby we can actually work together, but we can't just tour a solo pianist and tour a solo violinist, and so we want to kind of combine them together. So we need to look for someone like an artist who is actually able to be a collaborative partner in a chamber music setting, so that we can actually kind of enhance their careers and their engagement possibilities in our geographical part of the world as well.
Just, it's very detailed, but maybe interesting for you. Last time we allowed Opus 28, so the cycle of preludes, to be played instead of the sonata. Now we would like to change it a bit, so that the set of preludes could be played, but sonata would be mandatory. So we are now thinking about the formula, how to do it, because we think that artists who showed both of them very often were very interesting, and it's something missing if sonata is not played during the Chopin competition. So it's a detail, but
No, details are important. They are very, clarifying. Personally, I mean, I run a voice competition, and say in my world, it is of a big difference. I mean, if you're looking for an opera singer, or if you're looking for someone who's more rounded and being able to do the lead songs as well. So, I mean, this is a relevant question. And what is wonderful about the Federation is that we do have competitions that, do not always look for the same type of a musician, but we have, different kinds of views of what we're looking for. We're always looking for the best, naturally, and we're all promoting classical music. But then, wonderfully enough, I mean, there's a little variance, and also, what we're looking for in the competitions. I'm moving to a slight, more difficult way in approach, and asking about the question of the biases. I mean, do you feel that, being self-critical, what kind of things you try to prevent when you choose your jury, or when you work with your applicants? I have personally realized, I mean, everybody in the jury has their own feelings and the things they like and what they're looking for. But, well, what are your experience on this area, and how are you working on these issues? I mean, it could be something with a sex or with nationalities. We were talking about denationalization or other things. Is this an issue in your competition? Have you been discussing this?
I don't think that the nationality is any issue during our competition. We don't take it into account at all. We've just been talking about that during the previous session, that there are some issues with national identities and with showing what nationality the participant has or is from. But they are because of some tensions, sometimes even diplomatic ones that have got nothing in common with art or with our competition. So there are external issues, like how to call Taiwan, for instance. So that these are the issues. But as far as the very core of the competition is concerned, we are very strongly focused on artistic personalities, and this is both on a stage and in a jury. As you probably know, most of the jury members for years now in Chopin competition are ex-winners or ex-laureates of the Chopin competitions. And what I think that is quite important, that I like a lot, but I'm observing that all the time, is that we are observing different kinds of personalities being in the finals. So it's a proof that the jury members, for me at least, the jury members can separate their own artistic and their own preferences from their judgments. So they are not looking for just only one model, on one ideal way of performing, and that's really the agenda that is close to me. I like it really a lot. And from the organizational point of view, I think that it's very important that we try to have a teamwork. We try to have a good atmosphere and support. Because I said very briefly, that transparency is to prevent cheating, but it's obviously not that we suspect anybody. It's just making mechanisms that allow the judgments as independent as possible, and that's what I always say to jury members during the first meeting, that nobody will have any comments about any judgment, no matter how extraordinary it is, provided it will be independent, because we've got system of recalculating, and we can cope with all of the very, very original artists judging as a jury members. But if jury members, for some reasons, for instance, talk to each other, influence each other, then we've got situations that are very difficult, or more and more difficult to be coped by the system. Well, I don't know if I answered your question, but that's our kitchen actually of our work.
This is probably more a comment than actually what we do, but I think we as human beings will always judge. What we see, what we hear, what we taste, what we feel, we're always going to make a judgment. So to try and remove that from a competition environment, I think is extremely difficult. And I don't know how, other than actually trying to give that trust to your jury and to communicate the importance of actually being apart from musically judgmental, but otherwise, rather than, what you're not judging of what you see or not necessarily taste or feel in this case, but I think I don't know if we can ever remove that entirely and to address that. I mean, which we're not doing this time around, but what I would love to see is that our pre-audition rounds, pre-selection rounds are actually done blind, so that you're actually not seeing, you're only listening. So again, linking back into finding that artist who is actually able to convey what they're playing simply by what they're playing and how they play it. Because I mean, as I said, we're not doing it this time around, but it's something which I'd love to explore with our artistic director and the focus of our competition to actually be more fair, at least from that starting point. Because once we get to 32 and they're actually in Australia, they're on the concert platform. So all of a sudden, you actually then have that second element of sight, as well as what you actually kind of hear. So it's a comment. It's not something which, we are or are not doing.
So you feel it's human to be subjective in a way?
Well, so that's why we've got the formulas that make the competition intersubjective, right? This is the situation, that the whole system makes the judgment intersubjective.
Right. Any comments to this from the audience? Do you have any questions or views? I mean, this is a very interesting subject, actually. Florian?
There are two questions in the chat actually that I should ask you, and they're not directly related to this. And they're from Jacques. Actually, I'm sure, Arthur, you know this question already because we talked about this before. You mentioned YouTube in one of your answers. How can we use YouTube for the benefit of the WFIMC? Even though we are on many platforms, YouTube is the place that people are going to, and we are losing the data and the potential sponsors and donors. How are you dealing with YouTube? Why are you using YouTube in your competition?
That's another very, very important and very, quite a big topic, because that's we are talking about YouTube or other platforms. We are talking not only about storing data, not only about the streaming services, but we are also talking about building audiences. And we've managed for 10 years now we've got 12 years, sorry. For 12 years, we've managed to build a comparable in numbers the audience to what I said, but 1,000 less. So it's 250,000 people just subscribing to our services. And why am I mentioning that? Because I think that we could join our forces. We could try to make a service that would at least cross-link us, but maybe somehow, I don't know how technically how to do it in YouTube, but that could show the other competitions to the audience of particular one. So I think that we should join. We could at least join our efforts to build a common community, common audience. You know that this kind of audience needs constant work. We publish something every week or even more than once a week, just to keep these people interested, because they that's the modern world. And obviously not everybody, not all the organizers can afford that. Not everybody has got not only power, not only money, but also even the material that can be published this way. But if there are a couple of dozen publishers, then we can really have a scale effect. And why YouTube? We've tried many different platforms. We've got also our own, but YouTube obviously gives us ranges, gives us possibility of reaching people all over the world, and give us quite a reasonable support, I could to say. We've got an official partnership, and actually we as Chopin Competition, as Chopin Institute. But if it was a decision of the federation, I think that we could work together to try to use that for all of us, not only for the Chopin Competition. Yeah, that's my opinion, obviously.
Yeah, I know the question wasn't directed at me, but I'm just going to make a comment, is that I support what you're saying in terms of using it as a kind of a marketing tool and audience development, because rather than actually, I think, losing, I think we're actually gaining audiences and awareness and engagement with our competitions by having our stuff on a platform like YouTube. We have our competition freely available on YouTube as well. We put our competition in 2021 behind a paywall, and so you had to actually purchase to actually watch the competition. But what we found is that in a digital world, no one actually paid. So we reached more audiences by offering it for free in a context of in YouTube, which we hope that eventually will translate into audiences actually converting into a ticket sale and coming to a concert and sitting in the concert hall during the competition. So I think YouTube is actually a powerful tool as a marketing exercise, not necessarily as actually seen as a platform whereby we're losing or degrading what our competitions are and what our young artists have to offer.
Well, there are different models and different opinions about that. We've had endless discussions in our team if we should publish everything in YouTube, or if we should publish, for instance, only samples and link to the commercial service. Our observation, because obviously we are not a specialist, but our observation is that the more we give for free, the more people buy of things that we sell. So if we give the competition for free, then we sell more recordings. Then we've got more visitors in our museum. Then we've got more visitors in Żelazowa Wola, the birthplace of Chopin. So there is only one bad. And fortunately, it doesn't affect so much competitions, because for festivals, we've got huge costs of licensing costs. For the competitions, we can have the licensing regulations in our rules. We as organizers can just have this copyrights of the participants. And for good competitions, just to finish. As all of the ones associated with us, participants want to be seen online. So it's not compromising their copyrights. They just want to be with us. They want to be seen on YouTube. So yes, I agree. We can have all of these electronic media work like a snowball. So the more we put them all, the more we get when it turns. So if we work together, the result will be much higher. Thank you.
One more related question. You both have some fabulous images, some fabulous presence, marketing presence, online, offline. How many people do you employ full-time for your marketing, and what percentage of your total budget do you spend for marketing?
Wow, I should copy that question to my promotional department chief, because it's a very small team. I don't want to lie to you, because we just 2 people resigned now, but there are five people working on promotion, marketing, fundraising, everything, actually, everything that is related to other funds than state. They are just great people working 24 hours a day.
It's just me. But during the competition, we do have other support staff, but just for contract periods. But what they have is the assets, the design assets from which they can work with. So that's the most powerful tool which we give them, so that they can actually go forth and do all the stuff which you see online, and well, maybe not so much in print, but certainly on social media platforms, is that they actually do have the assets to work from, which are on brand, which is a really important thing for us, is that we maintain our brand and our visual identity, and the essence which goes with that, which has become who we are as the competition.
Any other questions? Now is your time. Well, Gustav.
Well, Marcus, short question, or a short answer maybe. If it's a question that I think many competition organizers are afraid to ask. If, God forbid, there would be another pandemic again. Of course, there's the question what to do. This situation, what happened in 2020 with Chopin competition, they made a very clear statement, we will not go online. It was a wonderful statement on your website. And with your experience, Marcus, Sydney competition, you had a special edition totally online. Now, next year, you have your competition. If there would be, again, a pandemic, would you do it again, an online competition, or would you skip it and wait for another live competition again?
Yeah, the answer is really simple. That would be a hard no to doing it online again. It was expensive. It was far more time-consuming than we and our production company ever could have imagined, mainly because we've never been forced to do it before. But what we lost was live performance, and that was the most important thing. So having come through and experienced the misery of the last 2 years, but the joy of actually still being able to create something online, would we do it again online? No.
I would maybe add one thing, because I said that it was a mistake that we've announced in a year's time that it will be in a year's time in October. I think that we should be a bit more flexible for future, and we should consider the months that are the safest. So if we know that the situation is blurry, we don't know if the pandemic is going to come back or not, we should, as a backup plan, the B plan, we should have the summer months, just saying very briefly, because that's the most probable that we can organize with audience.
Any other questions? Well, to conclude here, I have a question for you. I mean, what kind of developments or changes do you see coming here in the end? I mean, any thoughts of what's to come?
I hope none. Really, seriously, we've been thinking about the VR, for instance. My colleagues were very enthusiastic about that, and I said, "Well, no, stop! Can you imagine the audience with the goggles on their heads?" And so, fortunately, there was some technical problem, so we didn't have the VR. But since talking seriously, well. I think that we should be very conscious about changing all of the innovations that could change this basic model of perceiving art.
I think for us, we have learned a lot from the last 2 years and what we achieved through all the various lockdowns and having to do a lot of stuff online. So for us, we want to actually change and evolve to actually use what we've actually gained. So we don't want to actually kind of leave I mean, maybe linking back to what you were saying, Gustav, about would we ever do an online competition in whole again? No. But what we want to do is to take those elements from the online competition, which worked really well, and to put them into the live competition. Very similar to what we now do here for our GAs, is that part of it's in person and part of it's also online. So it's a hybrid version. And that for us is, again, part of our audience development strategy. So we need people to come and not buy a ticket to go to the football. We need them to buy a ticket to come to us. So how do we make it more accessible, more interesting for them to come to us? And for us, that means change and evolution, and to learn what we can take, and also what we can share and learn from these collegiate meetings about how we make our competition better into the future, which responds to the community, specifically the community in Australia.
Well, we could say that for everything. We are part of the living community, and we need to see what the environment is and live up to it, but not lose our visions and what we are working for. I wish to thank you both, Artur and Marcus, for this wonderful discussion, and the audience for your patience and your activity and the questions that we have received. I have to say that this was, supposed to talk about the differences also, but I felt that we very much spoke about the things that we do have in common. And I think, maybe it's the recent years, or maybe all the changes that we've experienced together as a federation, but I foresee that, we are quite united in the missions and visions and, fighting for the classical music tradition and doing it in an honorable and talented way. Thank you, everybody, and with the housekeeping service, or whatever you call it, Florian, I think 6:30 at the lobby, right? We shall meet to continue to the gala concert and then the dinner, and let us continue this wonderful meeting together. And everyone online, have a nice evening and prepare a nice meal for yourself. Thank you.